2022 to order. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to invite all who would like to join and who are able to join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First order of business, second order, City Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Holstedge.
Here.
Councilmember Course.
Here.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Here.
Mayor Middleton.
Present.
All members are present.
All right. As the public will obviously be able to see, we are not in chambers this evening. We are back in a Zoom environment. This resulted from the need to have a few of our members who had to be out of town, as well as being very cautious when it comes to COVID, and a few of our team members who have been exposed. So in an abundance of caution, we are on Zoom this evening. There is an opportunity for those who wish to be in chambers to be in chambers, and we will be taking public comment from both chambers and remotely and virtually. It is our expectation and hope that we will be back in chambers for the July 28th meeting. With that, we have a few presentations this evening, and I would like to begin by calling on the Mayor Pro Tem with regards to a Parks and Recreation proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Palm Springs, California, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Palm Springs, California recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, now therefore be it resolved that we, the City Council of Palm Springs, California, by the power vested in us, do hereby recognize July to be Parks and Recreation Month. And I really appreciate the mayor letting me give that proclamation. It really was beautifully said that Parks and Recreation are vital to our communities and make such a difference. And I'm really proud of this council for strongly investing in Parks and Recreation in our latest budget. So thank you so much. And welcome to our representative here, Yvonne Wise from our Parks and Recreation Department. Do you have anything you want to add?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
I just wanted to say thank you again for taking time to recognize July as Parks and Recreation Month for the city of Palm Springs. We have a lot of exciting programs underway. We've got summer camps as well as park enhancements, and I am absolutely delighted to accept this proclamation this evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our next presentation is Tammy Gordon, and this is regarding vector control. Is Ms. Gordon available?
Hi, I'm sorry, I was in the waiting room. I have no idea what was happening.
Okay. Go ahead and please proceed.
Okay, I apologize for that. Let me share my screen here. And this should be in present mode, is that correct?
No, we can't see it.
Is it sharing now?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you so much. Again, I apologize. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to be here. My name is Tammy Gordon. I'm the Public Information Manager for the Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. And I just wanted to run through some of the work that we'll be doing in Palm Springs this summer. First, I want to talk about what kind of work we'll be working on. This is the invasive Aedes aegypti. It is known for flying short distances and very aggressive biting. It likes very small and cryptic sources. It can breed hundreds of mosquitoes in something as small as a tablespoon of water. It is also an urban mosquito, which makes it perfect for the Palm Springs area. It truly enjoys backyards that have vegetation, including plant saucers or ornamental fountains, or even things like dog dishes that are left out too long can be breeding. It's not currently transmitting any diseases throughout the state of California. However, it has potential for Zika, chikungunya, dengue, and other diseases as such. But what we've learned from with other areas that have transmission from this mosquito to humans is that if we keep the mosquito numbers down, the abundance down, the risk is much lower for a future outbreak. So the neighborhoods that we have chosen in Palm Springs are based on our high counts from our traps and also residential calls in the area. We have about 5,000 households, which we're estimating is about 13,000 Palm Springs residents. And the area that we are treating is just west of the airport. That is Talcott's Drive to Sunrise Way, Palm Canyons Drive, throughout the mountains. And we will be doing a truck mounted spray throughout the area starting Saturday, July 23rd, and we'll go for 6 Saturdays in a row, and then every other Saturday through September 24th. We do have some information that's available that will be updated as often as possible for Palm Springs residents. And that is a webpage specific for the area. And you can find that at cvmosquito.org/Palm Springs 2022. That will have the map and any updated application, including FAQs. And if anything happens, as in last year when we didn't do a couple of the treatments that we were supposed to be doing due to equipment malfunction, we'll post all of that information on this website. We also recognize that we can't get to everybody's backyard. Access is incredibly difficult for us, so we really do need the community's help in this effort that we're doing. And it is as easy as just getting rid of some of that water. If you have plants that are outside that have saucers underneath them, make sure that after you water, you dump out the water underneath. If you have bird baths, make sure that gets washed so any of the eggs get washed away. And any water that's standing or stagnant for more than about 3 days needs to be refreshed or replaced. And lastly, we do have current West Nile virus transmission in the East Valley. Nothing over here in the West Valley just yet, but if we do send out notifications via an email. So you can sign up for any of that, and we're following our social media channels. We'll also post that there. That is my presentation today. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Tammy, thank you very much. We really appreciate that. Our next presentation is from Coachella Valley Mountain Conservancy, and I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Jim Karpiak. Jim, please go ahead and proceed.
Okay, can you hear me? I just heard your voice for the first time, so can you hear me? Great. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for making the time for me to talk to you a little bit about the Conservancy. We have some slides. Can someone show those? There we are. The next slide, please. State agency, we were founded in 1991 as a public sector land trust. We're one of 10 conservancies in California. Some that you've probably heard of are the Coastal Conservancy, the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, the Lake Tahoe Conservancy, etc. The next slide. The next slide, please. There it is. Our board is controlled by local officials. All of the cities here have representatives. Councilman Woods is a representative for Palm Springs. The county has a board seat. The Agua Caliente tribe has a board seat. Several state agencies have seats, including those that are involved with the environment, like the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Wildlife Conservation Board. Next slide, please. So what do? We have broad statutory authority to support conservation of the Coachella Valley and its surrounding mountains. We worked in 3 prime areas. One, our foremost area is in land conservation to protect open space that has habitat, cultural, or recreation values. We also work on trails and what I call
Jim, you went on mute.
Jim, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Where did I leave off?
About 4 paragraphs back.
Okay.
Based
So I'll start again with what we do. Our prime activity historically has been land acquisition. We work to preserve open space that has habitat, cultural, or recreation values. We have a trails program that works to create new trails and improve existing ones. We also have 3 grant programs, one that supports water-related projects, another for recreation projects, and another for climate change-related projects. Over the past 20-odd years, we've either funded or acquired or helped acquire over 100,000 acres for conservation. The next slide, please. Our territory has changed since we were founded in the 90s. Our territory was that which is crosshatched there, basically the mountainous areas, hence our name. In 2008, with the enactment of the multiple species plan, our territory expanded to be bounded by the outside perimeter of the plan. That's the red line around that, the area. Next slide, please. Our funding for operations comes from the Environmental License Plate Fund. We have 4 full-time staff. Bond proceeds give us sort of our clout or our effectiveness. Over the last 20 plus years, we've gotten over 78 million that we've plowed into investments in the Coachella Valley. We also apply for and receive funding from the feds, mostly from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Section 6 program that supports preservation or restoration of habitat for endangered species. Next slide, please. Our acquisition program works through partnerships. So it's kind of a three-legged stool of organizations. First is the Conservancy that uses state bond funds. The second is the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission. And I won't steal their thunder. Their presentation is next. But basically, their role is to implement the multiple species plan, and they have funds from developer fees that they use to purchase land. Then there's the nonprofits, such as the Friends of the Desert Mountains, the Oswett Land Trust, the Friends of the Palm Springs Mountains, et cetera. The next step, or next slide, please. So what are our roles? The Conservancy at this point is the only conservation organization in the Valley that has full-time real estate staff. And it's very difficult for state agencies to acquire property at this point in time. So we tend to fund nonprofits or local agencies to acquire them. And then we work, I'll take the next slide, please. We work as CVCC's acquisition manager. So it gets a little confusing because I'm working both on CVMC transactions and CVCC transactions. And those of you on the CVCC board see me presenting recommendations for acquisitions there. But it's very helpful because it allows us to coordinate among the various partners here in the Valley about acquisitions. Typically, CVCC acquires land in the conservation areas, which are the colored areas in the plan there. And the nonprofits acquire land outside the conservation areas. We sort of strategize as to who takes title or what funds are used in order to maximize the value of federal funds and so forth, and preserve local funds for the future. The next slide. Some key Palm Springs acquisitions sort of illustrate this, and you're familiar with most of these, I'm sure. The Angel Cove transaction in 2013, the Conservancy funded the purchase by Friends of Palm Springs Mountains of that, and it was later conveyed to the city. So you are now the proud owners of Angel Cove. The Shadow Rock transaction in 2014 was funding from the feds, from Section 6, from CVMC and the Wildlife Conservation Board. That's mostly outside the conservation areas, hence no CVCC involvement. Oswett Canyon in 2020, that's a typo on the slide. That was funded by, well, the City of Palm Springs and the Conservancy and Section 6 and the Wildlife Conservation Board and the Oswett Land Trust. The Rimrock transaction where CVCC purchased the property from you in the surplus land sale process. And most recently, the Palm Hills property was acquired over 3,200 acres so far. CVMC paid for Oswett Land Trust to purchase the land outside the conservation area, while CVCC acquired the land inside the conservation area. Next slide. Turning to our trail projects, as I mentioned, we've built several new trails in the last 5 years. The Kim Nickel Trail in Desert Edge, the Indio Badlands Trail, the Long Canyon Trail earlier this year that was opened. We have 7 more in progress. We also have a program where we work mostly through volunteers with the Friends of the Desert Mountains and other groups to restore existing trails or add signage where it's worn out or fallen down, or add interpretive signage. There's another partner in the mix here, the Conservancy and the Desert Recreation District formed a joint powers authority, the CVDMRCA. I know it's a mouthful, but there is historic reasons why we named it that. And that works mostly on what is a public works aspect to completing a project. The third sort of major one of our category of activities is our grant programs. In turn, there are three of them there. Maybe the next slide, please. Proposition 1 grant program funds projects that implement the Coachella Valley Water Plan the California Water Plan in the Coachella Valley. Anything from watershed restoration to reducing water use to improving water quality to preventing flooding is fundable. We funded the city a number of years ago for an almost $1 million restoration project of city land, the so-called orchard property in the mountains above the city that had been contaminated by its use as a dump, literally a dump, many years ago, and the contaminants were leaching into the watershed. We have a couple of $1 million left in Prop 1 money. We have an RFP on the street now, so if you have some projects, please apply. Next slide, please. The Prop 68 grant program funds outdoor recreation projects or projects that respond to climate change, obviously trails projects, interpretive signage projects. We're funding the development or the construction of public serving improvements at the historic Shumway Ranch, right above the northern perimeter of Palm Springs off of Highway 74. We're funding some urban greening projects and some energy related projects such as charging stations or solar composting facilities. The next slide, please. The last grant program is the Climate Resilience and Community Access Grant Program. That's funded by some general funds that we've gotten this year. It can be used for non-capital activities like education and staff development. We've focused really hard on trying to develop expertise and in-house staff capacity at various conservation organizations to sort of invest in the future. And we've spent most of the money we have for that, but there is money in the August trailer bill, the budget bill in Sacramento that we hope will be enacted and provide more funding for us. So the next and last slide, we have a strategic plan 2020 to 2025, which I invite you to look at online. Also, I'd be happy to attend more meetings or other city committee meetings or meet with you individually to talk about what we do. Thanks again for your time and letting me take your time.
Jim, thank you. And thank you for all of the work that you and the CVMC does for every conservation project. The quiet force behind the scenes is almost always yourself and CVMC. Councilmember Woods is our appointee to CVMC. Is there anything you would like to say?
No, it's a great group of people. I think it's a perfect timing, you know, with recreation and us funding our parks more. Jim is a great collaborator with like Oswald Canyon, which has really benefited not only the residents of the Coachella Valley, but particularly Palm Springs. So Jim, I really thank you for that collaboration. We've looked at other properties. Jim is very imaginative in making this all happen. And one of the great things about Palm Springs and our tourism is our outdoor open area, and we're trying to maintain that to keep that in perpetuity. So Jim, thanks, and the board, and thanks to the council for their confidence in me and representing us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And our next presentation is the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission. And for that, we are very pleased to have Peter Satin, Regional Planner at Coachella Valley Association of Governments. Peter?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Middleton. Thank you to yourself and the rest of the council for inviting me to speak tonight. Let's go ahead and get my screen shared here. All right. So I'll be presenting the 2021 Coachella Valley Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan Annual Report. As you know, Councilmember Woods has already seen this. He's been an excellent participant in all of our discussions for the previous 2 years, and many of the activities I'm going to discuss tonight have been in no small part due to his excellent cooperation and excellent leadership throughout the commission process. So without further ado, let's see. Okay. So the Coachella Valley Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan, in addition to being a mouthful, is also a joint habitat conservation plan and natural community conservation plan authorized by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Service, respectively. The plan was really designed to balance both economic and demographic growth in the Coachella Valley while still making sure that we were conserving our unique natural and ecological resources in the area. It does this by providing programmatic state and federal incidental take permits for development projects, both within our priority conservation areas and within the cities and outside the conservation areas as well. And this has really helped to streamline development for all sorts of projects across the valley. Essentially, it allows these projects to move forward without necessarily having to go through a rigorous biological survey and permitting process. Kind of just allows them to propose a project, determine the consistency with the CVM SHCP, and then move forward from there. So it really helps to speed these projects along and bolster growth in the area. The permits issued under the plan last for 75 years, and we're anticipating that the first 35 of those years will be spent acquiring land, constructing the reserve system, and then the final 40 years or so, in addition to having acquired all those lands, will be spent fundraising, essentially through development fees and impact fees and things like that, to manage these lands. Obviously, it's going to be a lot of land that we'll need to manage. So we're putting plenty of time ahead of ourselves to kind of generate the necessary funds to do that appropriately and responsibly. So by the numbers, let's talk some stats here really quick. The planned boundary encompasses 1.1 million acres or 1,850 square miles. It spans from Banning Pass in the west all the way to Chiriaco Summit in the east, and has been designed to incorporate all of the watersheds that drain into the valley and the Salton Sea. It has 20 state, regional, and local permittees. Of course, Palm Springs is one of those. However, unlike CVAG, our sister agency, it does not include the city of Blythe or any of our regional tribal partners. It covers 27 plant and animal species, 27 natural communities, which are essentially just habitat types dictated by vegetation coverage, 3 essential ecological processes, including sand transport and wildlife linkages, and is comprised of 21 priority conservation areas. So those priority conservation areas displayed here have been designed to capture as much viable habitat for those covered species as possible. Some of those species and habitats include sand dunes and mesquite hummocks in the Thousand Palms area, freshwater marshes in the Coachella Valley Stormwater Channel and Delta, the Coachella Valley round-tailed ground squirrel, flat-tailed horned lizard, Coachella Valley giant sand treader cricket, desert pupfish, Coachella Valley milkvetch, and wildlife linkages depicted here as a undercrossing underneath I-10 around the Hagen-Lehman exit over on the way to Banning area. One thing I want to point out here is how many of those species I just named include the phrase Coachella Valley in their actual name. That kind of just highlights the strong endemicity that we have present in the valley and why the conservation plan is so important to protect these species. Also not pictured here, but worth a mention given the audience, is one of the covered species is the Palm Springs pocket mouse, which is an adorable little guy. Hopefully a hometown hero named after the city itself. So again, just kind of highlighting how unique these species are to this region, found nowhere else. Okay, so the CVM SHCP allocates conservation progress to one of 3 categories, essentially by acquisition funding. So the first category is state and federal, and we've set out a goal of about 40,000 acres to conserve with state and federal monies. The second category is local permittee. This includes the city of Palm Springs, the other cities in our area, as well as unincorporated Riverside County and some of the other 20 folks I named earlier. We've got a conservation goal for this category of about 100,000 acres. And finally, we have our complementary conservation category. This includes funding that comes from nonprofits or their funding sources, as Jim mentioned, Friends of Desert Mountains, Oswit Land Trust, a few of the land trusts operating in the high desert and Joshua Tree. And their goal is about 70,000 acres of conservation. So if you're following along with the math with me, we have a total acquisition goal of just under 210,000 acres. In 2021, we conserved 2,003 acres to be precise. And of those 2,003 acres, CVCC, acting on behalf of our local permittees, was responsible for 780 acres worth of conservation. So that brings our total to right here. Just over 24,000 acres for state and federal conservation, just over 14,000 acres for local permittee conservation, and about 62,000 acres for complementary conservation. Now, I do want to point out here that CVCC, acting on behalf of local permittees, has really focused our acquisition priorities and efforts on those parcels that have a very high conservation value and also are at risk of development. These parcels tend to be smaller, more accessible, but still have great habitat on them, or are in the middle of a wildlife linkage corridor, or perhaps are in the middle of a sand transport corridor. Unfortunately, these parcels, in addition to being small, are also very expensive because of the development potential on them. So we're getting kind of the most at-risk parcels right now, but we anticipate that as these parcels are either acquired for conservation or are developed, we'll start being able to shift our efforts to more rural areas within the planned boundary where land will be will be essentially cheaper per acre to acquire. So we're kind of anticipating this number to crawl or to rise slowly until all of a sudden it goes really fast. But if you're following along doing the math again, you'll note that we have achieved over 100,000 acres of conservation. The exact number is 100,394 acres of conservation to date, which is about 48% of the total acreage required underneath the plan. So this is a huge accomplishment. The plan itself is 13 years old, so 100,000 acres over 13 years is actually a huge feat. You know, it's a lot of land. It's taken a lot of effort from both members of the commission, from our partners at CVMC, our partners at the nonprofits also purchasing land. And we're just very excited to have surpassed this milestone. And we're hoping that in the next year or two, we'll pass that 50% milestone, which would be the next big benchmark for us. So of course, we're always thrilled to hear the team is doing really well, but we always want to know about our favorite player. So here I've zoomed in on the city of Palm Springs, which is the largest city in the, well, maybe not, it's one of the largest cities in the area, but it's certainly second only to the unincorporated county, has the most, overlaps the most conservation areas. So you'll see here in the northwest portion of the city, we've got the Snow Creek Windy Point Conservation Area there in a forest green. Immediately north of that is that little brown chunk, that's the Highway 111 I-10 conservation area. And then we've got the city intersecting the Whitewater Floodplain Conservation Area in two portions, kind of running horizontal along the northern boundary of the city. And then of course, along the western boundary and in the southern mountainous portion, the Santa Rosa and San Jacinto Mountains Conservation Area. We've been quite active in acquiring conservation land here. We've acquired about 8,257 acres within the city boundaries of Palm Springs. The vast majority of this has been in the Santa Rosa and San Jacinto Mountains Conservation Area. And I do want to note too that this map only displays the acquisition progress as of the close of 2021. So we've got those of you familiar with the Palm Hills transaction that closed in April 2022, added an additional 3,200 acres to the southern mountain region, all contained within the Palm Springs city limits. So we'll see this number jump quite a bit during next year's report. So that was very exciting. Speaking of 2021 acquisitions and of Palm Hills, one of our most noteworthy acquisitions in 2021 was the acquisition from the city of Palm Springs of the Rimrock property. This is about 42 acres just south of Gene Autry Trail and East Palm Canyon Drive. In addition to having excellent natural resources and ecological conservation values on it, it also serves as the jumping off point for the very popular goat trails, which are a series of interconnected trails kind of meandering through the hills and incidentally into the Palm Hills properties, which we also just acquired. This is actually, in addition to the conservation values, it has a great acquisition for CVCC because it will allow us to better manage trail access there. We'll be able to clean up some of those social trails, provide interpretive signage both at the trailhead and potentially higher up to inform people to stay on trail or to, maintain good wildlife etiquette, things like that. Managing these trails was very difficult when this was all private land, so we're very excited to have acquired the Rimrock property from Palm Springs so that we can really give those trails the love they deserve. One of the other noteworthy acquisitions was 250 acres we acquired in the Whitewater floodplain in unincorporated Riverside County. However, the western boundary of this property does share a boundary with the city of Palm Springs. So essentially right in your backyard. We acquired this property in accordance with previously authorized wind energy project repower that they needed to provide to remain consistent with the plan. And this property was noteworthy primarily for when we were out there, in addition to all the modeled habitat, and potential species availability out there. During our site visit, we just saw tons of burrowing owl, in these burrows that you can see in this picture here, kind of peeking out, flying overhead, screaming at us, just generally telling us to get out of their habitat. But that was really exciting. So it's a very popular, I guess, spot for that kind of wildlife. So we're just thrilled to see those conservation values, in the flesh, as it were. That being said, it also had some significant cleanup needs. These were some historic dump sites we had identified on the eastern perimeter of the property. A lot of fence debris, old pallets, a lot of shag carpeting, which made cleanup very difficult. However, as part of the acquisition of this property, we caused to be removed all of this debris that ended up being about 20 tons worth of trash and gross stuff that we were able to get out of there. So this is a before picture. This is an after picture. We're actually standing across the street from where the previous picture was taken. And you can see this is where those piles were, they've been removed and, cleared of debris. So hopefully we can start seeing some vegetation creep in there and just slowly restore it to its natural conditions. So we do more than just acquire land. We also have to oversee the implementation of any development projects that take place within a conservation area. So to those ends, we authorized one new development project within a conservation area over the course of 2021, and also logged 20.5 acres worth of disturbance that took place pursuant to a previously approved project. So actually 20.5 acres worth of disturbance versus 2,000 acres of conservation acquired. I'd say our balance is doing pretty well in terms of the conservation front. So that's great. That's great news. So after we buy land, there's still tons of work to be done. We have a very robust biological monitoring program that requires some yearly activities, including continued monitoring of alien sand species that we conduct in conjunction with University of California, Riverside. So we're out there surveying for fringe-toed lizards and flat-tailed horn lizards, triple-ribbed milkvetch, Coachella Valley milkvetch here pictured lower right, and little San Bernardino Lomanthus, which is mostly in the Upper Mission Creek, Big Morongo Canyon area. We also partnered with San Diego Natural History Museum to survey palm oases for yellow bat occupancy. We've done continued honey mesquite monitoring and installed a weather station in Willow Hole. Those weather stations depicted here on the left will help us gather track precipitation and other environmental variables. And we are also partnering with UCR again to conduct surveys for cylindrical Troyo recruitment so that we can better understand the climate effects on LeConte's thrasher habitat. This last study will actually plug in nicely to a recent climate resiliency grant we were awarded by CDFW that's going to assess habitat shifts. That's going to begin actually in 2022 and run through 2024. And finally, we've continued doing work with our partners at the United States Geological Survey to research desert tortoise population health in both the foothills and linkage areas to identify how their ranges are shifting. The other aspect of our fieldwork includes—
Peter, you're going to need to wrap it up.
Okay, I'll run through this. Land management, we're doing tons of signage. We've implemented a new digital asset management system. We're working with the Desert Rec Center to get signage at our trailheads, and we continued removing debris from all of our properties as tires are no longer there. And finally, the every land manager's worst nightmare, invasive species removal. So we've been working with the Urban Conservation Corps to remove tammers from Willow Hole, have removed, and Coachella Valley Stormwater Channel and Delta removed 8 acres of tammers from the North Shore Ranch restoration site. where we've also recently completed a draft restoration plan for rail habitat enhancement project funded by Prop 1 through the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy. So thank you, Jim. We've held numerous volunteer weed pulling days to remove invasive fountain grass and stink net. And we are planning to a mesquite restoration project in partnership with Mission Springs Water District that we're going to start this year in Willow Hole. And hopefully, yeah, I'm happy to entertain any questions if there's time. Otherwise, thank you for having me tonight.
Peter, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. You got on with the night. We had more than a few presentations. So
My
thank
pleasure.
you. All right.
Mayor, if I may, I think just to kind of wrap up on what Peter did, keeping our open space open, natural, beautiful is a ton of work, as Peter just showed, and it is your government at work. And the Coachella Valley is incredibly unique in this, in that we have come up with a program that allows developers to build out in the basin floor while we try to preserve the surrounding mountains. It's incredible. It's a foreshadowing to me, but it is an incredible program that is a model, I think, for a lot of other places in the United States. So thank you, Peter, for all your work.
All right, thank you. We'll move on. Yesterday in Palm Springs, we lost one of the great women of our city with the loss of Roseanne Supple. She was 97 years young, a businesswoman, a philanthropist, longtime member of the Palm Springs International Film Festival, sponsor of the Veterans Day Parade, co-owner with her husband, Rick, of R&R Broadcasting, co-founder of the Palm Springs Cultural Center, and someone who brought so much joy to our community. On behalf of the City Council, we thank the Supple family for your commitment to our city, and I will ask that at the conclusion of our meeting this evening that we adjourn in memory of Mrs. Roseanne Supple. With that, our last presentation is from our Assistant City Manager, Teresa Gallivan, and Veronica Goodhart, who is the Director of our Special Programs. And this is going to be an update on vacation rentals.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Teresa Gallivan, Assistant City Manager. We appreciate the opportunity to give you an update on where we are with our vacation rental and home share work group. As you'll recall, next slide, please. Thank you. As you'll recall, back at the end of March, we had a special study session with the council, and you provided us feedback and direction to create a work group, and you gave us input on various discussion topics that we would convene the work group to discuss and go over and provide recommendations to the City Council when it comes to vacation rental programs. I'm going to go back one. So staff got to work on that, and we put together information that is on the Special Programs website, and it outlines the goals of this work group and the time commitment that those that are going to be on the committee will be giving to the city. We anticipate there'll be 4 to 5 meetings that would span a period of starting next week through September, so that we can be coming to the City Council with recommendations in October. We also outlined the various discussion topics that this work group will go over, and with council's direction, of course. We identified the size of the work group. We are looking for 11 members to this work group, and then we will also have staff there to provide data, information, expertise, the agendas, and I will facilitate the discussions. We also came up with an application, and all of this really was geared towards impressing upon the fact that we are looking for a work group that has a diverse perspectives, residents, stakeholders in the community, in this industry, but we are looking for diversity in perspectives and dynamic discussions so that we can bring you bounced recommendations. So I'd like to we went through and opened up the work group application period from July 6th through the 11th. We had very good response. We got the word out through social media, posting it on the website. 1PS and the vacation rentals distribution lists were also activated. So we had a very good response in this. And we are looking forward to starting next week with getting the work group going. I'd like to introduce actually Patrick Clifford, who has been really instrumental in making this all come together and will be helping us get to the finish line on this as well. So Patrick?
Thanks, Teresa. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. First, I would like to say that we're really excited to start this work group, and we thank all residents and industry that applied to participate in our work group. As Teresa mentioned, on July 6th, our department did send out communication to residents that the city was creating a vacation rental and home share work group. This communication directed residents to visit our work group website, where there was an application to complete if the resident was interested. And so between last Wednesday the 6th and Monday here on the 11th at 6 p.m., we received 133 applications. We reviewed the 133 and 11 applications were selected to be members of the work group. We believe that the 11 represent a well-rounded group consisting of residents and the industry. These members that were selected have not been notified yet, but will be this evening, as well as the applicants that were not selected will get communication that their application was not selected. The work group is scheduled, as Teresa mentioned, to meet 5 times to provide input and recommendations on topics regarding vacation rental density, ancillary use, and impacts towards housing supply. Additionally, there's 2 meetings that we look to have scheduled to draft recommendations to provide to City Council. Everything stays on schedule. Staff will look to provide these recommendations for the City Council meeting in October. And again, staff is really excited to start this work group and look forward to the upcoming discussions. And I thank you for your time, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments? I don't think this is a time for a substantive discussion, but I do want to emphasize how important that getting this to council by October is.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we will now move on to the acceptance of the agenda. Our next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions, or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for a separate discussion. I would like to entertain a motion for the acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items that staff or a council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion? Councilmember Coors.
I don't have an item from the consent calendar, but I do have an urgency item that I would like to add this evening, along with Councilmember Holstage. The California Department of Public Health is allocating monkeypox vaccine based on total population and not looking at the impacted communities or the various events where it's likely to spread. And it's a significant issue in Riverside County that we're not getting the needed numbers. And just an example, San Francisco, which is 10% of the population of LA, has more cases, but is getting only 10% of what LA is getting. So David Brinkman at Desert AIDS Project reached out to Councilmember Holstage and I to ask that we send a letter to Department of Public Health, copy our senator, our state senator and assembly members, as well as Congressman Ruiz, whose office has been trying to work on this at a federal level. We just found out about this today, and they're really concerned that they don't have the vaccine to treat people or treat contacts of people. So I'd like to add this, to do a letter at the mayor and city manager's appropriate language to the appropriate people, to the agenda. So for the city attorney, is that adequate?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Coors. Just to add an agenda item to tonight's agenda, it would require a 4/5 vote upon the finding that this information came to the attention of the city after the posting of the agenda, and that the council needs to act on this item prior to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
I'd like to make that motion to add this item.
I'd like to second
is
that
it-
motion, please.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no requests for further discussion, a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Coors,
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. So we will add this as an urgency item. What number will we attach to this, and when will we appropriately discuss this item?
So the city attorney, what would you recommend?
I'll leave that to the discretion of the council.
All right, then if it is at the discretion of the council, can we take a vote to move the item at this moment?
Mayor, we could do that.
Okay, then acting on the recommendation of Councilmember Coors and Councilmember Holstedge, I move that we go forward with the letter. Is there a second?
Second.
And any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Middleton,
Aye.
Councilmember Coors,
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Are there any other items that either council or staff would like to remove? Councilmember Holstedge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull item 1D, the resolution declaring the city of Palm Springs a safe city for reproductive freedom and access to abortion, please.
Okay. Item 1D. Any other items to be removed? Seeing none, we will remove item 1D for further discussion. Now like to get the report of closed session. City Attorney, please provide that report.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public, the City Council met earlier this afternoon to discuss items listed on the closed session agenda. There are no reportable actions. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about. Please note that testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. City Clerk, do we have registered speakers?
Yes, ma'am. Amelia Mahan, followed by Elise Pardue.
Good evening. I'm going to be speaking about item 1D. My name is Amelia Mahan. I'm a social worker and a doctoral student. Abortion is healthcare, and healthcare is a basic human right. When rights are taken away, it is groups that are already marginalized who are hurt the worst. As a society, we have a responsibility to ensure that all people, regardless of their income, race, or where they live, have equitable access to healthcare. Healthcare decisions are very personal, and no one else should have any say over what a person decides to do with his or her own body. I'm grateful to live in this community, and I urge you to make a clear social justice statement and pass the resolution declaring Palm Springs a safe city for reproductive freedom. Thank you.
Elise Pardue.
Hello, I'll be speaking on item 1D as well. I am 17 years old, and I am terrified that the U.S. government might force me to be pregnant in my lifetime. I have grown up witnessing the impediments to my sex, the exertion of control being chief among them. Although these feeble attempts have been strategically veiled over time by statements like, "You can be whatever you want," these dogmas take on a sort of metamorphosis as women grow up. Be an astronaut, they say. Be a doctor, be a hero, be a good girl, be mine, don't talk back, smile. Now, this almighty voice of the patriarchy wants us to be their incubator, a dehumanized piece of meat for the sake of their holy eminence. Religious pluralism has been lost in the dust of evangelical interference in the government. Christian American politics does not protect or represent the people. It represents hypocrisy, lying, and bias. It represents the reality that a 10-year-old rape victim was forced to leave her state to receive proper health care 2 weeks ago. We are coexisting in an evil, elitist, barbaric system, one that has been flawed since its conception. Land of the free? For who? Cisgendered heterosexual white men and guns? Home of the brave? You mean the pathetic liars in the Supreme Court who hide from their actions and have endangered their entire country? This decision is just the beginning of the havoc these conservative justices will unleash on the American people. Abortion is health care. By denying abortion access to people, these people would also be denied basic human rights. Thank you to the Palm Springs City Council for supporting the resolution to make Palm Springs a safe city for reproductive freedom and access to abortion.
Daryl Baum, followed by Lex Ortega.
So I'm going to speak on the vandalism grant D2. My name is Daryl Baum. My partner and I, Sam Segara, own Wabi Sabi Japan Living. About almost 2 months ago, we were victims of acid etch vandalism. There were 11 total in the city. Just found out today that a model center actually had 2 that were not reported. So it's an additional 2. During this time of economic downturn, it's important for the city to step in and help us out. I went to about 50 plus businesses over the weekend. Everybody had the same story, that their sales are down. They're hurting, 20 to 40% down. When we're choosing between paying a copay for insurance or paying our SCE bill at $921, which just came in, we're gonna pay our bills. And so this remains a blight on the city, all these windows. It's unfortunate that it happened. We are the victims of it. There's been a lot of debate on social media after a posting that I made. Matt Robinson made a recommendation, said this should be looked at as graffiti, that it should fall under the graffiti program. Whether that can happen or not, what we would like as retailers is $4,000 per incident, 100% coverage, because again, I'm going to choose not to pay the $1,000 deductible. I will in turn pay the $921 bill. There's also a discussion as far as like businesses, individuals saying, well, you should go ahead and just use your insurance. That's what it's for. As we use our insurance, that we acquired penalty against it, and eventually we could be dropped on our insurance. So there's also discussion about should the landlords be taking care of this. There's no definition. Landlords pick and choose what they want. I would love it if the city would step up and say, what is the definition of a property? Is the window part of the landlord's property, or is it the tenant's property? That would be great help. So, and I want to say thank you to Jeff Kors for helping us out with this. Great.
Lex Ortega, followed by Steve Moses and Brad Anderson.
Hi, City Council. I'll be speaking on two items today, 1D and 3C. So first, for 1D, I'm speaking on behalf of the LGBTQ Community Center here in the Palm Springs. And we full-heartedly support this resolution. Thank you, City Council Member Holstich, for your leadership. As LGBTQ people, we understand the importance of bodily autonomy, right? Our right to decide if and when to start families, the right to parent the children we have, and decide what a family looks like for us as LGBTQ people. So we ask that you pass this resolution and continue to support affordable, accessible, and reproductive care for all people who need it throughout the city. Thank you. And I guess I'll make my public comment on 3C, which is the CVRA working group recommendations. So now I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a Palm Springs resident and a co-chair of that working group, and the report we submitted back in 2018. So just for some context for you all, we put together those recommendations, one in the shadow of the FBI raid and the allegations of corruption here at City Hall, right? And so part of that conversation around compensation was tied to how do we deter corruption, specifically things like allegations of bribery, right? The other things for you to know, and I'm running out of time, I wish I had separate 2 minutes for each of them, but really, removing barriers to run is one component, right? Another component is supporting diverse individuals. I urge you to look at the letter from Kathy Wormick that provides you options, right? In particular, the option to tie compensation to median income. I think there's an opportunity there, right, for continued discussion around low-wage work in the city of Palm Springs, and how can folks on this dais sort of support low-wage workers here. So thank you.
Steve Moses, followed by Brad Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor, and or Mayor Pro Tem, rather, and council members. I'm Steve Moses. I think you all know me. You may remember that I served on the voting rights working group, and we made the recommendations from which tonight's agenda item 3C comes. You've got an excellent report of your staff. We have we wrote a very good report ourselves, by the way. But I want to emphasize what it talks about compensation. These are not alternatives. These are our strong recommendations of what you do. It's embarrassing to be serving on your own compensation. But these were important impediments to service. One was the need for childcare, covering the cost of or providing childcare. One was being given an administrative assistant for each of you, and a legal assistant to be served among you, to be shared by you. But most importantly, your salary is historic and is way out of time and life. We give you three alternatives. You may pick a different one, but half of what a state legislature gets, that seems fair. The Palm Springs median income, that seems fair. Or the minimum for an exempt worker. Any of those seems fair. You serve a virtually full-time job and serving in this role, and we commend you for it, and we thank you for it. But so serving clearly provides an impediment to your earning a living. Thank you very much.
Brad Anderson.
Hello, my name is Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city of Rancho Mirage. Wanted to speak on a few items with my 2 minutes. The urgency clause that you just passed, you did allow public comment on that, and we never seen the letter. That type of urgency should probably have a special meeting, 24-hour notice, do it tomorrow, because there's no public input, no public aspect to that whole agenda or that urgency clause. So I would suggest that. It's already passed. I can't even comment on it. So I wanted to speak on item 1A. This is the initiation of AB 361, which is allowing this remote meeting. And this is really embarrassing. If I knew this ahead of time, I would have came tonight to talk to a screen. This law allows elected officials and appointed officials to hide from the public venues. Hide is probably a strong word. There was issues that you said that there was possibly a COVID incident at City Hall. If that is true, I did see a sign on the door saying, hey, come in under your own risk. And then you also alluded to people being on traveling. This law is being misused. It's a healthcare issue, and it's totally being misused. So I would hopefully you can suspend from doing this in the future at your next meeting, maybe. Item 1C, appointments. This is concerning CVAG, the Coachella Valley Association of Governments, Executive Committee, and apparently the mayor will be appointed versus the last representative of the city. That's a great thing. That's a small special district joint venture that's really limiting public participation, public testimony, and free speech. Just like this city, we had a speaker before. I wish I had 2 minutes for every subject. And this is the only city that does this. Everybody else would allow the proper time to be given. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that concludes in-person comment. We'll now move to phone comments.
Thank you.
Aftab Dada, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Aftab Dada, President of Palm Springs Hospitality Association. This evening, I'm speaking on item 3C. We all can agree that serving on a Palm Springs City Council must be accessible to all citizens of our diverse community. Unfortunately, too few citizens can afford to serve on council. Today, the only residents for whom City Council service is a realistic possibility are those who are retired or well off, own their own business, or can rely upon the income of a spouse or partner. This is not ideal when we need a diverse set of skills, ideas, and attributes in Palm Springs leaders. To positively expand the profile of potential council candidates, I endorse the idea of increasing council salaries to $63,000, which is the California mandated minimum salary for government workers. Increasing the pay for 5 council members by a combined total of $165,000 isn't a huge public expense in the context of the city's $466 million budget. In fact, it represents only 0.035 of the city's budget. We are fortunate to have such hardworking council members diligently managing so many complex challenges such as unique neighborhoods, solution for the homeless crisis, affordable housing, complicated land use concerns, social equity issues, and boosting the local economy so new taxes revenues get paid for a fantastic level of city services. These obligations for our city council member require more than a full-time job to be successful. To increase the effectiveness of a council, I'm also recommending the staff assistants be hired for each city council member. Adding the cost of that added staff, including salary and benefit, to the new council salary will be $450,000 annually, which represents 0.009% of city budget.
Thank you, sir. That concludes your time.
The brightest people we can get for these essential council tasks. If that means
Kathy Warmick, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin. Kathy?
Thank you. Mayor Middleton and honorable members of the City Council, my name is Kathy Wormick, and I'm talking on item 3C. I was one of the co-chairs of the CVRA working group whose 2019 recommendations you are reviewing tonight. I'm asking the council to move forward with increasing the city council members' salaries, as well as our other recommendations, which included a car allowance and daycare, as well as staffing for city council members. Removing barriers to service on the Palm Springs City Council was one of our key priorities, whether defined as full-time or part-time. Service on the council now makes full-time work outside of city council impossible. And I'm going to focus just a little bit on salaries. Right now, the annual salary for city council members is $29,196 and $41,500 for the mayor. It has not increased since 2007. At this pay rate, this salary is less than the California minimum wage of $31,200, which is based on $15 an hour. Once rent, mortgage, utilities, gas, and other expenses are calculated in, there will be virtually nothing for a single person to live on, let alone a person who needs resources to support a family. Since the council adopted the salary ordinance in 2007, inflation has risen at least 32.9% in California and possibly higher in Riverside County, where we have the highest rate of inflation in the country at 9.4%. But our salaries have remained stagnant because of the formula of adjusting the city council salaries is tied to other cities who have lower wages and therefore have kept our wages low. Had the city council salaries been tied to inflation.
Thank you, Kathy. That's your time. Tobias Wolf, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
My name is Tobias Wolf. I served as the co-chair of the working group along with Kathy Wormick. Thank you very much for letting me speak briefly on the telephone. I apologize that I can't be there in person. I think the basic observation that I want to share is that the current situation is one in which a person cannot serve on city council if they need to support a household or support a family with their salary. And I think almost by definition, that's a situation that needs to be remedied. And we have suggested a series of steps that I think would address that situation. The most important, I think, are to have a salary which represents a working wage and one that reflects the amount of work that it takes to be on city council and that would let somebody support a household in Palm Springs. And also the kind of staff assistance that I think is necessary for this role, a dedicated administrative assistant for each member of city council. And finally, childcare opportunities or resources so that city council members who have kids don't have that as a limiting factor in their ability to serve. I think these are really urgent priorities, and I thank you all for giving me a chance to share my views. Thanks very much.
Rachel Acree, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Did you call Rachel Acree? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. You may begin.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm attorney Rachel Acree. I represent the landowner of 510 East Industrial Place, where High End Dispensary operates as its tenant. My client only received notice from the city of this hearing a few days ago. I received a copy of applicant's application at noon this afternoon from the city planner. So essentially, we have had no notice. This leaves my client at a serious disadvantage to address all of the ramifications with respect to this proposed dispensary project. Nonetheless, I do have a few comments this evening, and they'll be brief because this is a clear-cut case where the applicant admittedly does not meet the code requirements for distance restrictions. They are simply too close to the dispensary operating as high end. Accordingly, the application must be denied. I recognize Palm Springs as cannabis friendly and touted as a desert hotspot and a perfect destination for cannabis entrepreneurs. The city has open-ended application periods with generous zoning requirements and a huge assortment of licenses to choose from. The distance restrictions are greatly more favorable than the vast majority of most California cities. My point is, this distance restriction must not be eroded further to the detriment of my client's business. More importantly, distance restrictions cannot be eroded further because it is a violation of law. There are a multiplicity of more appropriate locations available that are not near my client's property and do not violate the city code. I contacted the owner of High End today, and they are completely unaware of this outfit trying to essentially slip in their back door to compete. I understand this is a business investment of over $2 million that my clients are facing to their detriment. Excuse me. Respectfully, I implore the council not to prejudice my client by providing exception to this applicant. I implore the city council to abide by the code requirements. A couple of other side notes. Outreach. No outreach was done by this applicant. They did not reach out to my client. They did not reach out to the operating business. They are not being above board. Another fact of this applicant not being above board is a reference that the vacant lot is a blight to the city. That's nonsense. Currently, this location has a huge mural art installation by famed artist John Cerny. The display of the popsicles art over 12 foot high has vast amounts of media attention. It's a project collaborated with Palm Springs Public Arts Commission. Everybody knows about it. The applicant's lot is quite the opposite of blight. It has great notoriety. Again, this is a precursor setting the stage for how truthful applicant will be in running its proposed operation. The location has had positive publicity.
Thank you, ma'am. That's your time. Bill Keating, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bill Keating. I'm with High End LLC. We own and operate a licensed cannabis dispensary with a lounge area located at 508 Industrial Place East, doing business as Iconic Farms. This proposed facility is right at our front doorstep and is less than 2.5 minute walk from our location. We and other retailers right now are struggling enough with the high concentration of dispensaries, specifically along the Palm Canyon Drive, increasing operating costs and taxes, COVID, etc. And now, after having invested over $2.5 million in economic value into the community to put up our brand new dispensary, we are going to experience reduced revenues, be financially stabbed if this relief is allowed, which creates undue concentration in this block area. There's only so much revenue that can be earned in this market. Costs are not coming down, and ultimately creating space between locations helps companies get started, having a little bit more of a captive market and accessible market. Differentiation is important in the cannabis industry, but at the end of the day, we are selling cannabis flower, and that's what keeps the lights on. We ask that you decline this modification on the grounds that it is too close to our dispensary and will penalize us after we've already made this significant investment. Thank you.
Joy Meredith, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Terrific. Thank you very much. My name is Joy Brown Meredith. It's nice to be here this evening. I did want to comment on item 3D on the agenda. I'm very happy to see the discussion to restore the facade improvement matching funds program. That program, as I recall, went away during COVID, and it's very, very nice to see this back again. We also have been discussing the window replacement due to the vandalism that's occurred. You know, when all these businesses report to their insurance companies, it really will have a bad effect on everybody. But at the very least, if we could make sure that it's included in the facade program, I think that that's a fair and good compromise to have as well. Also, we'd like to consider some sort of grants for cameras on the exteriors of the businesses and work with Palm Springs Police Department to find out what would be most helpful to them. But in order for us to help the police department combat crime, more businesses really need to have some camera systems in their facilities. So thank you very much for listening, and I really hope that you support these programs. Thank you.
Naomi Soto, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to speak to the item on the agenda regarding increasing the salary for council members. I think it's something really important and some really important conversations that the council should consider. A few thoughts around this. I think to get working class, diversity on the council, we really need to make sure that the council is paid a livable wage, and frankly needs to be accessible to people who are not retired or independently wealthy. I did see in the staff report that there were several comments or possible options around childcare. And I think that's definitely very notable and important, but I think that's more of a conversation on how the city can be an equitable, fair, enticing employer, and have that be an option for all workers and employees of the city, but not necessarily the thing that's going to be driving people to city council itself. And given that recruitment for so many empty positions is a concern, I think it's a noteworthy endeavor, but I don't think it's necessarily something specific to the council. It's something the city should consider as being an employer. But overall, just really want to reiterate that at the current rate, the positions on city council are truly not reflective of working class, middle class residents in Palm Springs. Thank you so much and have a great night.
Scott Nevins, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Middleton, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Thanks for taking my comment tonight. It is about item 3A. I just was diving in, about a year ago, dove into the Sister City Board's presentation to the City Council. And I know that we're about a year later now, and they're back with some updated findings. And I'd say I really support this idea of a sister city. I know we've had them in the past and it's sort of fallen to the wayside, but it's really just a wonderful way to express, commonality, especially with our beautiful Latina community here in Palm Springs. And, in Mexico, it would be such a beautiful partnership. And I was looking back, they always say President Eisenhower, when he developed this whole mission, he said it was to promote peace through mutual respect, understanding, cooperation, and individual celebration. And that's what Palm Springs stands for. And it seems like such a perfect marriage between the two. So I really support that. And it sort of brought up an idea, if I may display an idea here, would be to think about the idea of, and I know we talked about this at the budget meeting, and I know it's a very long stretch, but the idea of having our airport have a customs that we could have people flying back and forth between the sister cities, I think would just create such a great buzz for the city and for our economy and for our local businesses. Would be such a great win. So I definitely support that. I hope we're able to sign that letter. And also just thank you for signing the letter tonight for DAV Health for the monkeypox vaccine. That's hugely important. Thank you so much.
Jenny Fote, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. There are several things I'd like on the agenda this evening that I'd like to comment on. The first, of course, is item 3C. After serving 14 years on the City Council while holding a full-time job at a much lower compensation rate than the current council, I am totally in favor of increased compensation. I am concerned, however, that making it totally a full-time position would somehow limit the people who can run for council. I would not have been able to run for council, nor would many of my fellow former council members who were employed full-time when they ran. I never considered it a job, but rather a service to the community. It would be hard to interrupt a career path or lose seniority in a job for just a few years of public service. So I'd suggest that you think about a hybrid where a person could choose to be a full-time council member at the set full-time salary, or could choose to be a part-time council member with an assigned staff assistant and a half-time salary for that assistant. Several cities larger than Palm Springs have lower salaries and money for full-time individual staff members. West Hollywood's a perfect example where each council member gets about $18,000 a year but each one has a full-time staff member that answers calls, emails, et cetera, and goes to meetings for them. Additionally, I'm not sure where the arbitrary $52,000 came from, but when the city sets salaries for other departments, police, fire, et cetera, we hire a firm that compares salaries to like cities. Cities that have an airport, wastewater treatment, fire and police, convention center, et cetera. There's no local comparison to other cities in Coachella Valley. So I suggest that maybe a third party be hired for that. I also do not believe that council members solely should be voting on salaries. There's a blind trust way of voting where a package of all the points, staff, full-time salaries, childcare, which by the way should be for all staff, can be included, but salary would be determined by the third-party firm that did the like city comparison. And also so I'm really in favor of that. But I'd also like to comment on D, the consent calendar. It's a tragedy that in 2022, 50 years after those of us in my age range thought we had truly ensured that women were not second-class citizens and they had the right to control of their own bodies, we're faced with a Supreme Court that takes away all our rights. I would be proud to live in a city declared safe for reproductive freedom. So I urge a yes on D. And a big yes for Sister City. Thank you for listening.
Ron DeHart, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Mayor, Council, staff, Ron DeHart here. I'm a resident of District 3. I'm speaking on item 3D. It has a long history in our community and benefits a significant group of people. Some may think this supports a small population. Sometimes serving the few, in reality, impacts the many. Our workforce, suppliers, manufacturers, and transportation economy all benefit by a thriving business community. We have a 14-year history of providing economic assistance to support revitalization of the city. This assistance stimulates private investment and helps to prevent blight. With increased reports of vandalism, this assistance provides vital support to a significant economic engine of unique retail, restaurants, and bars, and positively impacts locally owned businesses. Many councils that have come before this council saw the benefit to the community and approved this assistance. I encourage you to continue our long history of providing assistance and encouraging private investment, approving item 3D. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, that concludes our list.
Thank you, and thank you to all who provided public comment. Our next item is the consent calendar. I have been reminded that taking and voting in advance of public comment was an error on my part, and we will re-vote on the urgency item following the consent calendar. If there is anyone in the public who would like to comment on the urgency item, we will reopen public comment to provide anyone with an opportunity to provide public comment on that urgency item. And again, we will re-vote on that after we do consent and after we do item 1D that had been pulled from consent. Thank you. With that is I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without the following item. 1D, which was removed for separate discussion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't get who the second was from.
That's for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Kors?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Right. And we will move to item 1D, which was pulled by Councilmember Holstedge.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everyone who's there in person. I apologize that we are not. By the way, the staff members that had exposure to COVID are on Zoom with us, and we thought for accessibility and just ease, it's better to all be on Zoom. So just to clarify for the public comment, no one at City Hall is intentionally putting anyone in harm's way with COVID exposures, but it's part of this job. So thank you to Mayor Middleton and Mayor Pro Tem Grace Garner for supporting adding this to the agenda. Very much appreciate staff's work on this, on a resolution declaring the city of Palm Springs a safe city for reproductive freedom and access to abortion. And I just want to explain for the public and for my colleagues some of the revisions that happened and you see in your packet and which are posted online. So the county of San Diego had also passed a resolution declaring their county to be safe for reproductive freedom and access to abortion. And that was championed by Supervisor Nora Vargas. We had also taken that resolution, but talked to local providers of abortion in this region and also in our neighboring sister state of Arizona to ask if there are any changes now that they would like, seeing the after Roe v. Wade has fallen. And so, since the Supreme Court has overturned Roe, by the way, decades and decades and generations of precedent. Several states are now considering legislation that would go beyond banning abortion and also criminalize patients traveling to states where abortion is still legal. So we revised the original resolution to explicitly denounce any potential investigations that could result from such legislation and make explicit the city's refusal to cooperate with any such investigation. It's crucial for Palm Springs to serve as a model for reproductive freedom by defending the privacy and dignity of every individual. So these revisions were requested in a meeting our office had with Pro-Choice Arizona, a grassroots organization operated by social and reproductive justice advocates that help people access reproductive health care and abortion, including financial assistance through the Abortion Fund of Arizona. Their work is in danger because their work is, at risk of being criminalized by the state. And the Attorney General of Arizona is currently working to reinstate an abortion ban passed in the Arizona territory before Arizona became a state that would criminalize anyone who helps a patient seek abortion care, penalty in prison. So we're also working with Planned Parenthood of the Pacific Southwest and other grassroots organizations and other abortion funds to determine the best way the city can offer practical support as well to patients traveling to our area for abortion care. And we're committed to meaningfully upholding reproductive freedom and human rights here in Palm Springs. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions from any council members. And I just want to thank my council fellow, Lauren Wolfer, who helps us do this work and holds those meetings and did a lot of the groundwork in this resolution and bringing it forward, and also the amendments, which are more appropriate now to protect minors and to protect people's privacy for accessing basic healthcare in California, which we know is happening and will continue to happen. Do any council members have any questions for me or staff about the amendments or any changes to the resolution? And then if I can really quickly, I talked to our police chief, and I believe a representative from Palm Springs PD is on the Zoom and is able to sort of confirm and make a statement about the city's role in enforcement, criminal bans of abortion statewide. Can I get the representative from PD, please?
Can I speak? Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, city staff. I'm Lieutenant Mike Villegas, and I'm speaking on behalf of our command staff. To reiterate what was said today, we do not intend, well, there is no intent, and it's our desire not to enforce or conduct any investigations related to this, nor do we have the expertise. So we stand behind our city leaders.
Thank you, Lieutenant Villegas. Really appreciate that statement and your support. So with this resolution, we proudly proclaim that abortion is healthcare and healthcare is a human right. We know that banning abortion doesn't take away people's need to access abortion care. Patients who need to access abortion should not face shame and overwhelming hurdles to get the healthcare they need, no matter where in this country they may live or which state. So it's more important than ever for states and local jurisdictions like cities to stand firmly in supporting everyone's right to decide if and when to start a family. It's crucial for the city of Palm Springs to serve as a model for reproductive freedom. So I'm grateful to work with Mayor Middleton, who's been a strong and supportive champion for reproductive health and rights, as well as Mayor Pro Tem Grace Garner and our entire city council. So now is the time for Palm Springs to lead with compassion and courage and to stand firmly in support of abortion access. So thank you to the council for allowing us to bring this forward.
Are there any other comments or questions? Councilmember Coors.
Yeah, I just want to really thank Councilmember Holstage, both for bringing this forward, but your work on the board of Planned Parenthood, and Planned Parenthood of the Pacific Southwest, which you are on the board of, goes all the way to the Arizona border. So we are the closest state for millions of women to have access to abortion. So in addition to all the other things you take on, both the council and other things, doing that work is so important. So thank you and the other council members for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Coors. I appreciate that. And I know that we chatted about the opportunity with tourism and hospitality, which you are the council's liaison for, your work with the greater CVB and the airport, really trying to connect all of our stakeholders, because we know people are going to be flying into Palm Springs Airport and accessing a Rancho Mirage Health Center or throughout the Coachella Valley or this region. We know people are going to be driving and are driving from Arizona and other places to access abortion care here. So really appreciate you stepping up. And for those who are listening and want to help with that effort, please do email us and get involved. Thank you, Councilmember Coors.
If I could just add my thanks to Councilmember Holstage for her passion on this issue and for surfacing this issue. It is an honor to serve with everyone on this council on these issues. What those in my generation know is that there are many of our friends back in the days before Roe was decided who had to seek back alley abortions. Those stories reverberate in women in my generation. Now, here we are 50 years later with their granddaughters now facing the kinds of hurdles that we thought we had overcome. Is an absolute tragedy. Are there any other comments? Roll call, please.
I don't think we have a motion on the table.
I'll make the motion to pass the resolution.
And I'd like to second that.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Holstage, second by Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Councilmember Holstage.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner, or I'm sorry, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods. You're muted, sir.
Sorry, yes, absolutely.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And Madam Mayor, I've assigned item 1H to your urgency item.
All right, thank you. And do we have any comments that have, requests for public comment that have come in on item 1H?
No, ma'am.
So again, we do need to do this, and my error for doing it in advance of public comment. So is there a motion to move item 1H?
I'll make the motion again.
Councilmember Coors, is there a second?
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem, any discussion?
No.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
The next portion of our agenda is public hearings. We have one. Item 2A is a public hearing to adopt a resolution to levy annual assessments for various street lighting and parkway maintenance districts. Staff, please present your report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Joel Montalvo, Engineering Services. The item before you today is the annual requirement to continue the levying of nine street lighting, landscaping, and parkway maintenance districts. June 16th, the City Council adopted a resolution to preliminary approve the engineering report that establishes the levies and also to declare today's public hearing. In accordance with the Streets and Highway Code of the State of California, it is necessary for the City Council to conduct a public hearing, take public testimony, and in the absence of a majority protest to the special assessments, the City Council can approve the levy and collection of special assessments for the various special districts. The assessment fees are collected. The assessment fees collected are used to pay for utilities and to install and maintain landscaping, irrigation, and lighting within the districts. It is important to note that Assessment Districts 3, the Crossley Tract, 6A, Fairpoint Development, 6C, Park Sonora, 7, Sunrise Norte, and 9, Flora Vista, were established with a maximum assessment that does not increase with the Consumer Price Index. The fees collected are the same year after year, and the services provided to these districts reflect the amount of fees collected plus any additional surplus available. Any proposed increase in the levied amount would require a special election with a majority vote to increase the assessment. The other districts were established after the passing of Proposition 218 that establishes assessment formulas with a maximum assessment rate based on the Consumer Price Index. The formulas allow for adjustments of assessments to account for inflation. As costs have increased associated with utilities, street lighting, landscape maintenance, the total costs incurred by the city or maintenance of public improvements in each special district has at times exceeded the revenue generated by the special assessments in each district, causing a deficit. In those cases, services are reduced accordingly to ensure overall costs do not exceed assessment revenues received. Conversely, when the excess revenues generated a surplus, the city reduces the maximum amount of the assessment being levied in the specific district. The intent is to maintain an adequate surplus to provide the required services. There are specific times when an unexpected event occurs that staff uses additional build-up surplus to address these unexpected events. Staff is always looking to balance the levies with actual costs, and we take the opportunity to reduce levies where the surplus and revenues exceed the maintenance of effort. This concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. My question is just about the how the city completes the ongoing maintenance and what records are kept for whenever residents have questions about the work that was done. I know I was speaking with the city manager about this before, so I don't know who wants to address it.
Yes, I might defer to the city manager or assistant city manager.
So thank you for the question. I do think that we have worked some over the course of the last year to get a little better at keeping records, making sure we're really mindful of any reserve balance, as Joelle mentioned. I don't think we have detailed records. I might defer to the assistant city manager, but in terms of exact units of work that are performed, we have a general scope. This work is administered by contract. I do think we have work to do as we build up our maintenance team in better quality control, better tracking of the kind of work that is done, and making sure that the scopes of work are also sufficient. For instance, if the contract contemplates maintaining landscape but not replacing landscape, how do we deal with that situation? So I do think there's room for improvement, and I would see if our assistant city manager has anything to add.
Thank you. As the city manager said, we do work with Conserve Care, and they do the maintenance on the landscaping districts and the assessment districts. We are working on improving our work order system and tracking system. If there are areas that you have particular questions and concerns about, for example, I know in the last 8 months, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, you brought one particular district to our attention, and we were able to go in and see that there were some reserves so that we could address some of the community's concerns on improving the landscaping and even some benches and amenities that could be part of the landscaping. So if they are brought to our attention, we certainly can take a closer look at any areas where you are receiving complaints and concerns. And overall, as the city manager said, we are working with Conserve Care to make sure that we are properly maintaining and balancing the budget, as the city engineer said as well. We also are going out to bid in the next year for landscape maintenance in general. So while our team is going through some organizational changes and improvements, we will also be tackling the bid process for landscaping in the year ahead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there further questions for staff? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mayor. For staff, there's several districts that are in the staff report. Does each district have its own accounting?
So as far as accounting, they're individually, the reserve or the levy, the amount of the levy is per each distinct district. We know how much money is coming in. We know how much we levy each year. We know how much reserve is left at the end of the year.
Okay, and so there's an accounting for each of the separate districts that goes on. And is Conserve Care, do all of those, are they in charge of all of the districts that are in the staff report?
Conserve Care is the firm that is currently doing the assessment districts, yes.
And we just renewed the contract for Conserve Care for a year, is that correct?
We did just extend that for a year, and it is their final year of their contract. So we will be going out for, as I mentioned, landscape services. We'll do a full competitive bid proposal in the year ahead.
So when we renewed that contract, I have brought up issues with the quality of work, very inferior quality of work. The residents weren't getting what they paid for. And that message was supposed to go back to Conserve Care so that we got a better product when we renewed that contract. And how is that going and what's happening?
I'd be happy to follow up on that. And if you can share with me specifically which areas you had the concerns or complaints, I will certainly follow up with those specifically. But we absolutely will have that conversation with them.
Okay, and then what? Because there's a lot of those areas. The plants are dead, palm trees are dead, plants haven't been replaced. This isn't what the citizens are paying for, and we just need a little better oversight into what's going on. I can tell you, in a couple of cases, going back and forth with staff and residents to try and get a simple light fix, whose responsibility, it's not known who's supposed to do it, and it leaves residents very frustrated as well. And so I think it's incredibly important that we have an accounting of what's going on. I hedged when we approved that contract. We were kind of in a corner, but I think our citizens really deserve good work. And I want to make sure that as we move forward, that we have oversight in place to make sure that, you know, that the money is being spent and that they're getting good quality work out of it.
Absolutely. And Conserve Care doesn't do the light replacements unless we, you know, ask them to do that as additional work. And there are some medians where we have had some vandalism and copper theft and accidents that have caused some damage. So we are working through that. And I know there has been an order put on for replacement plants along Tockwitz, the medians there. So I think we'll be seeing some improvements in those areas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there other comments? All right. With that, I would like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on the public hearing for up to 2 minutes. Are there any?
We have no registered speakers.
We have, there being no speakers, the public hearing is now closed. Is there any additional discussion or questions from council? I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Middleton,
Aye.
Councilmember Coors,
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. With that, we will now move to the next portion of our agenda, which is business and legislative items. Item 3A is the consideration of a sister city proposal. May we have the staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor, I believe we have representatives from the local sister cities organization that has pushed this initiative. I did help them put together a staff report, but they would like to present this evening, so I'd like to yield to them. This initiative, I did help them.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Council. I'm Jeffrey Bernstein, founder and co-chair of the Palm Springs Sister City Committee. Just as a brief recap, the Sister City Committee is a broad-based long-term partnership between two communities in two countries designed to create global relationships based on culture, education, information, and trade exchanges. Palm Springs did at one point have sister city relationships with Victoria, Canada, Nico, Japan, and Puerto Vallarta, but they've all become dormant. The current Palm Springs Sister City Committee was started before the pandemic, but restarted about 18 months ago. And last year we presented to City Council and asked for your blessing to move forward with the program. Just a few important points: that while the relationship is established as an official agreement between our mayor and the Sister City's mayor, it's not a city-run project. It's entirely funded by private donations, sponsorships, and events. And the extent of a sister city relationship really depends a large part on interest of stakeholder groups and community groups. There is an official sister city or international organization which we belong to and which sets guidelines for establishing the relationship. And after I'm finished, my co-chair Al Jones will speak to that. When we spoke to you last year, both at the City Council meeting and then in other meetings with Jeff Coors and Christy Holstedge, you outlined certain criteria you wanted to see in a sister city. And these included ensuring that the sister city not only has a diverse population, but celebrates diversity, that our relationship was not solely based on tourism, and that there be sufficient differences from Palm Springs to ensure an interesting partnership. We received a number of suggestions for sister cities and reaching out to various stakeholder groups, and there was great support for renewing Victoria, Canada, but that city wants to wait until next year as they have a limit to 3 sister cities and they would need their government to vote on adding one. After talking to different stakeholders, we came up with the option of San Miguel de Allende, which is a colonial area city in central Mexico, about 4 hours from Mexico City. Its population is similar to ours at 60,000 with an area population of 140,000. There's 2 indigenous populations in the area. It's also a quite young city. It has a diverse and inclusive area. Same-sex marriage is legal there. It's one of the states in Mexico. And also it has a history where it was a city that was an epicenter of fighting for Mexican independence. It's also rich in education with 3 higher education institutions. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It embraces cuisine, music, and art. There's 2 major art institutions. There's a writers' festival, a film festival. Unlike our area, there's many celebrations throughout the year. Their season also tends to be opposite of ours, with the summer as the high season. A couple months ago, Al Jones and Hugo Loyola had a conversation, who's our co-chair, with the mayor, who asked that we secure some stakeholder and community support for moving forward with San Miguel de Allende. And we've now done so, and as you see in the agenda, we have support from key representatives from the Hospitality Association, Palm Springs Pride, the Community Leadership Council, the Bureau of Tourism, Main Street, the Desert Business Association, CVEP, Chamber of Commerce, Visit Greater Palm Springs, and Palm Springs Unified School District Foundation. And although these were not on your letter, we also have it from Adam Lerner of the Palm Springs Art Museum and David Brinkman at DAP Health. And all of these groups can be involved in the Sister City initiative, depending on their interest and commitment. Our vice chair, Hugo Loyola, who is from Mexico, reached out and had initial informal conversations with representatives at San Miguel, who have indicated that they would be receptive to an invitation from our mayor and our city to be a sister city. And now my co-chair, Al Jones, will just talk a little bit about the details of this process and specifically what we're asking for you today.
Great. I hope you can hear me all right. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you this evening. I know you have a long agenda, and we promise to be as short as possible while being thorough at the same time. What I wanted to share with you was the process to follow. As Jeffrey had indicated, the representatives in San Miguel de Allende are very anxious to proceed to explore this an opportunity to have a sister city relationship with us. There is an established process, and what we need to do at this point is we need a letter signed by the mayor, Mayor Middleton, to the mayor of San Miguel de Allende, inviting San Miguel to enter into a sister city relationship with Palm Springs on behalf of our respective citizens. The Palm Springs City Council has identified this in this process, this board that Jeffrey and I co-chair, and Hugo is the vice chair, and we have other representatives. But we're going to guide the partnership in the early stage. So we're prepared to follow through with that responsibility as a board. What we want to do ultimately is have a sister city relationship, but this is really an invitation for the first step to kind of explore the opportunities. One of the things we need to do, and quite frankly, San Miguel has sister city relationships with 8 other cities. We will ultimately be asked to contact each of the mayors of those cities for their permission to establish a relationship. And according to our membership in Sister City International, that should not pose a problem, but you don't want to step on the toes of other established programs. And as I say, San Miguel de Allende has been very clear that they're very anxious to proceed with us. So what we're asking tonight is for the City Council to authorize Mayor Middleton to sign and send a letter of intent to invite is very important here, San Miguel de Allende, to establish a sister city relationship with Palm Springs. If you move forward with that, I will send the draft letter to the city manager tomorrow for review and for whatever process to follow within your process there. The draft letter actually conforms to a template from Sister City International, and of which we are a member, and outlines very clearly our intent to move forward and really to make a commitment. The organizations that Jeffrey referenced that have already, or the stakeholders who are very interested in participating, are very important, and it demonstrates the ability and the interest of Palm Springs in moving forward in a very deliberative way, in real time and not in name only. So that really is where we are here, and we're asking again for the City Council to authorize the mayor to invite San Miguel de Allende into a partnership. Are there any questions?
Are there questions of Councilmember Corse?
Sure. So thank you both and the whole committee for all of your work on this, and really appreciate the feedback you got from us, from stakeholders groups, I think, in looking for a city, one that has an indigenous population, one in Mexico, right, which neighbors California, and we have so many residents in the Valley who are from Mexico. I had one question. Given the number of existing sister cities that they have you found that would negatively impact their tie-in with us? And what have you seen in other places that have many sort of relationships like this?
Jeffrey, you want to answer?
Larger cities can have 15 or 20 sister cities. Right. Yeah. So it's not so limited. The bulk of their sister cities are actually in Texas, and they do have a few, I think, in Florida. They have one in Redlands. What we don't have the answer to right now is exactly how active they are. And as it depends on each city on what to do. So the good news is that San Miguel de Allende is well versed in how to do this. Mm-hmm. And they have actually a sister city committee within their Chamber of Commerce that works on this specifically. So I think if anything, it would actually help us positively in the sense that they have experience that we could learn from.
Great, I appreciate it. And other than Redlands, it sounds like they really don't have a city that wants diversity, actually, given Texas and Florida. So on that level, it's good. And then as far as being able to travel there, can you touch on that? I know there are airports closer than Mexico City. For my searches, I think you can fly relatively closer through Phoenix or Dallas, but can you touch on that as well?
Yeah, Al, you can speak to that since you might know better.
Yes, you can connect with just one change of flights, whether you go through Phoenix or whether you go through Dallas. And there are two airports, and that should be in your packet of information. We show a map there with the two airports that are about an hour to hour and a half from San Miguel de Allende. And there are two, and it's easy to move from the airport there with transportation. So they're not located right adjacent to the city necessarily, but they're about an hour away. And it's very easy to get there with just one stop. And that was one of the considerations that the committee had, was we really wanted to find a locale where there was just a one change of plane at maximum.
There are a lot of people from Palm Springs who do travel there. So, yeah.
Great. Okay, those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your work.
Any other questions? Al, Jeffrey, and to all of you.
I think there's a question.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that your question. Councilmember Woods.
Thank you guys for your work. You had mentioned that there's a lot of people that travel there from Palm Springs. Do we have that kind of statistic? Is that
what we've actually done? In fact, they actually joined us in our meetings too. We have several residents who have homes in San Miguel, and so we've asked them actually in a conversation this morning with our committee meeting, if in fact that they would start to put together that list, and so that we can share and bring them together in terms of some additional support and programming.
The city does have about 10 to 15,000 expats who live there full or part-time from both the U.S. and Europe as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Thank you. Thank you all for this presentation. San Miguel de Allende is just a few hours away from where my family is from in Aguascalientes, which is very cool. And I know there are a lot of expats in San Miguel de Allende, as well as a lot of American tourists. So I do hope that the Sister Cities organization will take into account how we can engage with the local residents. Obviously, the expats are welcome as well, but to get that cultural diversity and exchange, I really am looking forward to everything that you're going to be doing with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you. Councilmember Holstridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to Jeffrey and Al. I know you've been working on this. Every day feels like a year, probably over a year and a half, 2 years, right? A very long time. And you two first approached me and Councilmember Coors, and we had a meeting with your initial committee, and you've done really incredible work and brought together a good group of folks to make this recommendation. So thank you for really spearheading this and making this happen for the city of Palm Springs. I think really appreciate that initiative to see an opportunity and then do the work and make it happen for our residents. I think that we should applaud you for that. So I just wanted to say that. And then I just have a question about tourism and destinations and how the sister city will sort of benefit our city and what that exchange might be. So I know you sort of detailed that in the report, but could you just explain a little bit about the economies between the two and how this might lift both of our economies up and promote tourism and travel between our destinations?
So in terms of tourism, there is a Visit San Miguel, which is very similar to the Visit Palm Springs, Visit Greater Palm Springs. So they, I believe our cities have already reached out just to find out about the related tourism promotions. A lot of it depends on what the events are. So Cathedral City, for example, they are sister cities with Jalisco, and they do Taste of Jalisco Festival every year. So you can create certain, events to do that. I have the feeling that ours will also be driven by other types. I know Rhonda Hart from Pride has talked about sending contingencies to each city for their Pride Festival, which they do have, as well as for ours. I know our art museum is looking at exchanges in exhibitions, which would also help drive it. Or there is actually an artist from San Miguel de Allende who has an exhibit right now at the Palm Springs Art Museum. And then also it would be, we would look at both the restaurant industry as well, because they have an interesting cuisine and we obviously have a vibrant restaurant industry. So, and then the festivals. So they have about 300 different festivals and events a year, as do we probably. And so those also tend to drive tourism. So it tends to be more specific.
Thank you. I think those are really exciting cultural opportunities for our residents too. So I appreciate you picking a city in Mexico. I think that's really important to our residents. We hear that, lots of folks go back and forth and travel in between the two countries in the state. So I'm excited for that and the opportunity for increasing the community here and all the opportunities that a sister city could provide. So thank you to Al and Jeffrey and your whole committee for all this work.
Thank you, Christy, for your kind words.
Al, Jeffrey, one follow-up question. Is there any commitment that is being requested or would be made by the city of Palm Springs?
Just go right. Yeah.
You would need to sign the letter and approve the agreement. Right. So there would be legal work, I suppose, but there is no other financial or other commitment. That would all be driven by the committee and volunteers.
Mm-hmm. We will ultimately become a 501c3 as well, so that we can solicit funds and support as well, but no cost to the city beyond what Jeffrey had alluded to.
Right. And I suspected that was the answer. Actually, I knew it was going to be the answer, but I wanted to get it on the public record. So thank you. My compliments to both of you and to everyone on the committee. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to increase cultural diversity and cultural connections across our border. And that's something that in this day and age, we need much more of and not the other. So I will be very happy to support this initiative and to put in a push for one of my favorite cities to hopefully at some point be added to it, Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's pretty easy to fall in love if you've ever been there.
I should mention Victoria Park and the Totem Pole were all part of the sister city relationship that we had.
So I hope we are able to renew that, and I'm glad we're able to start with San Miguel de Allende.
And just a word, Mayor, about Victoria. They are in fact poised, but they're waiting for their elections in the fall. They have a major change. So, but they're looking forward to renewing that relationship.
Great. Is there any further discussion? Then is there a motion?
I'll move the item.
Councilmember Coors. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner. Roll call, please.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, what are we voting on?
We're voting on item 3A, consideration of a sister city program.
Okay, that's to direct staff as appropriate. Are you directing staff to prepare a letter for your signature?
I am.
Okay. Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Mayor, I will get off to Justin tomorrow, a draft letter that he can use as the template to move this forward. So
Thank you. Thank you both.
thank you.
Right. The next item is item 3B, a request by Palm Springs Coffee Shop.
Madam Mayor and members of council, the staff application before you this evening is a request for a distance waiver for a proposed cannabis dispensary and lounge. Well, give me just one moment. I'd like to share my screen for the presentation. So in terms of the application request, the applicant is proposing to construct and operate a 3,200 square foot dispensary and lounge on the vacant lot at 605 East Sunny Dunes. There is a need for a distance waiver for this application as there are 3 other dispensaries within 500 feet of that location. I'll go through those in just a moment. The applicant has submitted an application for an adult use cannabis permit to the Department of Special Program Compliance. However, no action has been taken on the application as the waiver is necessary before we begin work on that application. In terms of the distance separation from other dispensaries, there are 3, as I had mentioned. The first one is called Flower Company. It's located at 577 East Sunny Dunes, and it's immediately adjacent to the west of the subject site. The next one is Iconic Farms or High End. It's located at 510 Industrial Place, and so it's around the corner and not on the same street as the proposed application. And then the third is about 300 feet away. It's PSA Organica, which is on the north side or the opposite side of the street from the proposed application. So those are the 3 dispensaries that are within 500 feet. Only Iconic Farms or High End has a lounge. The other 2 are solely dispensaries. The applicant has submitted proposed floor plans and elevations of the building. Again, this is an undeveloped lot. I would just mention that these floor plans and elevations have not been reviewed by staff or the Architectural Review Committee. The applicant would need to have the waiver first before we proceed with a major development application, major architectural application, and consideration of the construction of the facility. In terms of the findings that are necessary for the administrative minor modification for the distance separation, the first are as follows. Number 1 is relative to consistency with the city zoning code and general plan. We do find it to be generally consistent with both. However, this may result in a saturation of cannabis businesses, and for that reason, separation distance requirements are in the zoning code. The next is relative to consistency with other businesses. We do find it to be generally consistent with other retail and industrial uses in the immediate area. However, there is a residential area that's about 250 feet to the east. The proposed business would be open until 12 midnight. Staff does have a concern that there might be noise in the parking lot that may disturb those residential properties as we do see from a bar which is across the street, also relatively adjacent to the residential area, and we do get occasional complaints from those events at that bar. The third is relative to detriment to general health and safety. We don't see any immediate detriment. However, saturation of cannabis business may result in secondary impacts from individuals who may be impaired. So there is a concern there that we should take into consideration. The fourth is relative to any unique features of the site or due to its size and shape or location that would justify the distance waiver. Staff does not find that there's any environmental features of the site that would justify the waiver. In addition to those four criteria that are identified in Chapter 94 of our zoning code, City Council has also adopted optional criteria that may be taken into consideration relative to these distance waivers. They are as follows. The first two are relative to the business being located in either an existing blighted building or a tenant space that is difficult to rent or has been vacant for several years. Because this is a vacant parcel, those two criteria don't necessarily apply. However, we would suggest that this site has remained undeveloped. It would be appropriate for a new commercial business to be developed on the site to complete that block frontage and the associated sidewalk and curb and gutter, et cetera. The next criterion is relative to having dispensaries on the same block frontage. As I had mentioned, there is a dispensary located immediately next door. So that is a concern relative to this optional criterion. The two other dispensaries, one is on the opposite side of the street, and the Iconic Farms, as I had mentioned, is located on Industrial Place, so not within the same block frontage. The fourth criterion is relative to general consistency with adjacent uses. As I had mentioned, staff has found that it's generally consistent with other commercial uses in the immediate area, but we do have a concern about impact to the residential area. The final optional criterion is relative to being a participant in the social equity program, and they are not a participant in that program. I'd just like to clarify one thing. There was a statement made under public comment about public notification. Public notice is not required under Chapter 94 of the zoning code for administrative minor modification applications. However, we do it as a courtesy, as we have been directed to do by City Council when we established the distance waiver procedures. Notices were sent out 10 days in advance, as we typically do for public notices. And so staff did do that as a courtesy to all adjacent property owners and businesses within 500 feet of the application. With that, that concludes my presentation to City Council. The applicant, Danny Weiss, will be available via Zoom if City Council has any questions of the applicant. And with that, Madam Mayor, I will turn that back over to you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Fagg? Councilmember Course.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. So in your interpretation, which I think I'm understanding, is this doesn't fit sort of the unrentable building exemption. But in some ways it's similar in that it's a undeveloped lot, right? So just what are your thoughts? Obviously we didn't think about, I don't think we discussed undeveloped lots when we thought about what would qualify as an exemption. And so I just want to get your sense on how this undeveloped lot could impact. I know we have a temporary art installation there and that's great, but impacts the neighborhood.
Yeah, certainly.
Is that similar, I guess, is the question in your mind?
Yeah, certainly it wasn't something that we contemplated when we developed the optional criteria. In terms of comparing it with a blighted building or a tenant space that is unrentable, we have similar concerns, you could say, in that vacant properties or undeveloped properties sometimes appear to be blighted or an attractive nuisance. And so in those situations, certainly we would prefer to see a building constructed on the property. As I had mentioned, with the construction of the building, we would have a continuation of a public sidewalk, we would have curb and gutter, and other things that help in removing blighted conditions. And so I would say that it is similar, although it wasn't identified as one of the conditions for the optional criteria to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions for staff? I have one, Flynn. Do we have any other situations in the city where we have cannabis dispensaries located immediately next door to one another?
I should have done my research before we brought this application forward. I can't think of a situation where we have them immediately next door to each other. We do have a couple that are close to each other, but I don't know if we have any that are right next door.
All right. I have a question for the applicant, Mr. Weiss. And first, I want to say thank you for being interested in investing in our community. The separation requirement is one that is well known. Can you, and I'm asking this as nicely as I can, why did you choose this property knowing that there was an established facility next door?
Well, thank you, Mayor, for the question, and thank you, City Council, for letting us present to you right now. The fact was, the property was purchased with, there were only a few areas of the city that were kind of zoned appropriately. And my clients, the applicants, when they originally purchased the property 3 years ago and put the application in prior to the zoning, I think it was Ordinance 2007, which established the 500-foot buffer zone requirement. They thought they were going to be part of a little cannabis district. That's kind of how they saw the development, the retail development of that area. And, they knew the Arenas retail district was kind of in question because of the tribal lease coming up. And they just thought, you know what, we're going to buy this property and we're going to try and build something beautiful. I mean, that lot's been vacant since 1938 when the city incorporated. So, I mean, it's going to look very similar to some of the other stuff that's already over there. So, yeah, I mean, that was the reasoning behind it. And then after the zoning change happened, then, they were waiting their approval from the Department of Special Compliance. And, here we are 3 years later.
Right. I'm not aware of anyone having defined the Sunny Dunes area as a cannabis district, or that we have considered doing that, but perhaps I missed it.
No, that was just kind of like I think an initial vision that they had once upon a time, just looking at the zoning and knowing how land tends to develop. It used to be an industrial area with lumber mills and automotive, and now look at it, people want to be there. They want to get bagels. It's nice.
Yes, we all want to get bagels there.
Yeah, but I mean, their whole, you saw the architectural renderings. They've put a lot of money into the development of the idea and purchasing the land. They only want what's good for Palm Springs. That they, even when they, had Andrew Gurney, the artist behind the popsicles, asked them if they could go ahead and put an installation there. That was always intended by the city commission to be a temporary art installation, and we renewed it a couple of times, I guess, and another 6 months it's going to be there, but I don't think, it was never going to be permanent, but that land's still going to be land, and we're just looking to create more retail development, which I feel like the city has been making a huge push for a little bit more commercial and retail development in the city. Yeah, I mean, you heard it. I mean, Mr. Perdue said 20 to 40%. down on retail business since the pandemic, and it's been hard. But Palm Springs is going to be back. It'll be back at 100% eventually, and we just want to be able to support that.
Thank you. Councilmember Coors.
There we go. So Director Fag, to follow up on sort of what the zoning was when they applied and were waiting for a response. Was the zoning, did the zoning then allow unlimited cannabis in that area?
Correct. Well, I mean, from what
I'm asking our director.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to know what I got you. I heard you. I just want to ask him what the timing of that was. So that would be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, that's approximately correct. When we first established our adult use cannabis ordinance, we didn't originally have separation distance between dispensaries. And that was something that was added later to the zoning code. And so I'm not sure of the timing of his application, but I can substantiate that there was a change and distance separation was added later, along with the waiver provisions.
I don't know if there's a way to check it before we vote, because that's probably highly relevant to me. If someone acted based on what the code was at the time versus after, right? That would be relevant. I don't know if that's find outable before the end of our meeting, but that would be helpful information.
I'll try and do that. I can tell you this, based on the distance waiver application that we processed for Flower Company, which is immediately next door. In that application, we had indicated in our materials that an application was in process for 605 East Sunny Dunes, but had not been or not come forward to City Council yet for the distance waiver. So I know that at least a year and a half ago, they had their application in process. And so I believe it has been in process for some time. I'll see if you'll give me just a moment if I can verify in our records approximately when that application may have been submitted. So if you give me just a moment.
No, thank you. And I'm sure there may be other questions in the meantime, so comments.
Are there other questions or comments from City Council? Council or Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Thank you. Yeah, my line of thinking was the same as Councilmember Coors. As it stands with the information that's before us, I'm not in whether or not the land and this property and this application were submitted before we put in those waivers is highly relevant, because otherwise I don't see the need for a waiver in this particular instance.
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
No, it's just a comment. Don't worry, we'll ask you directly if if we have a question for you.
I would, Councilmember Woods.
A question for staff. Is Flynn still, or did he go check something? He's coming back. I'll wait. I wanted to ask Flynn a question, so I'll wait, Mayor, so you can go ahead.
I know Flynn's doing some research. My comments are almost identical, if not identical, to those of Mayor Pro Tem Garner. If there was a purchase of the property with an expectation nurtured by the city that this would be permitted, and then we made the change, that's a very relevant fact. Otherwise, I would struggle to be able to approve this waiver.
Mayor, should we take a break while we allow our planning director to find out that information?
Sorry, not to interject. I think Veronica Goodhart could she's the liaison with the Department of Special Compliance that was part of the whole from the beginning when the application went in. So I don't know if she's still at the meeting, but sorry, I'll just be quiet.
Lynn, is this something that we should continue this item to the next meeting in order to complete this research accurately?
If you'll just give me a couple more minutes, I'm just about there. Just verifying the approval date of our ordinance relative to the application date.
All right, thank you. Well, let me do this. It's 8:10. Is there a desire on the part of council to take a short break?
Yeah, this seems like a perfect time.
I see at least one smiling face. All right. Why don't we take it is 8:10. Let's take a 10-minute break to 8:20, which should allow Flynn to complete his research, and we will reconvene. Thank you. now returning from our short recess, and when we left, Flynn was doing some research on a question that come up. Flynn, do you have an answer for us?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do. So in verifying the permit submittal date with Ms. Veronica Goodhart of our Department of Special Program Compliance, she confirmed that their adult use cannabis permit application was submitted on October 31st of 2019. The city adopted the distance separation requirements as part of Ordinance 2007 on December the 4th of 2019. So their application was submitted in advance of the adoption of the separation distance requirements.
Flynn, do we know if we have any other applications that would be similarly situated that are still pending that were actually received before December 4, 2019?
No, I don't believe that we do.
All right. Councilmember Coors.
Great. Thank you for getting us that. I think that's really helpful. And so, I think given that I am supportive of this, I do want to make one comment that's sort of related, though, is because, we heard from another business that, competition is, impacting their business, even competition from Palm Canyon here. And, that happens with businesses, right? And we don't have a distance waiver and a limit on the number of bars or liquor licenses. I mean, we are so many more liquor licenses in the census tract that includes our downtown than is bottom, by right. And we always approve them. So I have mixed feelings on even the rules we have now with the distance requirement, but those are the rules, and I will follow them. But in this case, given this was in first, as we've done in the past, I will move approval.
Councilmember Woods.
Can I add, is the city attorney available for a question, and then maybe Flynn?
Yes, Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Ryan. So if it has been brought out that they applied and then we changed the rules halfway through before the application process, and I think in many cases, I could be wrong, that like if you apply for a building permit, you go by the code that was at the time that you applied. What happens in a situation like this? Is there any legal thing where they would be entitled to an approval with or not?
I'd have to look into see whether or not there's any retroactive application to the adjustments made. So I don't know offhand, but I can look into it.
Great, and thank you. And then a question for Flynn. When we adopted the distance waiver, if I remember correctly, of course, this is post when the applicant applied, but the purpose of the distance waiver was to do what? I know one of the things was to take vacant buildings and trying to activate those buildings, but what was the real intent of the distance waiver?
There were concerns about dispensaries being located too close to each other, and that we were starting to see issues of saturation in certain areas. And so based on community concern in part, and also the desire to avoid saturation issues, I believe those were the reasons why the separation distances were adopted. However, as I've indicated, City Council also did provide a mechanism for a waiver from those distance separation requirements. Just in going to your previous question to Mr. Gibola, just offering a little bit of historical perspective, we did have a number of applications that had been submitted prior to the adoption of distance waiver requirements. We brought those forward to City Council in November of 2019 as distance waivers. It was the intent of the City Council, and by the direction of the City Attorney, that City Council could still approve or deny distance waiver applications, even if the applicants had submitted their application prior to the adoption of those distance waiver requirements. So many of those we saw come in at the same time in late 2019 and continuing on into early 2020. However, we see fewer of those as we move forward in time.
And I'm kind of toying with, in this situation, is there an oversaturation? I mean, what does that mean? ABC has very strict regulations and whatnot, but what happens in this case? How do we determine that? Is it completely subjective, or?
To a certain degree, it could be considered subjective. How we've defined it in our code is through a couple of different ways. Number one, 500 feet is one of the things that we identify as being a condition of saturation, if you will, when you have more than one within a 500-foot radius of each other. The second test that we have applied to this is in the optional criteria that City Council adopted by resolution, and that is having two within the same block face. So on the same side of the street in the same block. So those are two of the tests that the city has established as the means to determine if there's saturation or not. Again, City Council does have the ability to make a subjective determination if there will be impacts based on a separation distance waiver.
And Lincoln, in this case, we're not on the main drag, we're not on Main Street per se, where I think we've heard from the public, they don't want every other store to be a cannabis store. This seems to be a little bit different. Can you provide any perspective that your department has worked with on something like what we're looking at tonight?
You could say that the Sunny Dunes corridor is a little bit unique in that, as you stated, it's not on a major thoroughfare. We define that. So Indian Canyon, Palm Canyon, etc. So it is a little bit different than that. It also is of a different character in that it's a commercial industrial area. The zoning is exactly that, commercial industrial, which intends to have a mixture of retail businesses, commercial businesses, and light industrial businesses. So there's some things that are unique in this particular area that we don't find in the Palm Canyon or Indian Canyon corridors.
Thank you.
Flynn, back when we passed the law with the distance requirement, we did, as I now recall, have a number of previously submitted requests that came to us. Do you recall whether or not we consistently approved, disapproved, or just what with the range of those requests?
If I remember correctly, we had about 11 or 12 applications that were grouped together in late 2019, early 2020. Of those, there were, I'd say, 3 or 4 that were denied and approximately 7 or 8 that were approved. The City Council considered those on a case-by-case basis, looking at the context of the proposed business, the surrounding uses, and proximity to other cannabis dispensaries. And so, again, it was on a case-by-case consideration, looking at the specific conditions of each proposed location.
Okay. Is there further questions or comments?
Can I say one more thing, Mayor?
We've asked the questions, and
all right.
So I unless there's a question from council, then
okay.
I'll ask a question. What made you choose this location, and why here versus somewhere else in the city? And especially when you have a lot of competition, as we heard earlier on.
Right. Well, oh wait. Well, before, when we had submitted the application, the dispensary right next door, I think our application actually predated their application. They weren't even there. It was like a pet store back then. And The other dispensary lounge that just opened, what is it, High-End Iconic, it still looked like that original strip club that they were trying to revive into what it is now. And then PSA Organica, they don't have a lounge. So for my clients, they just saw the opportunity to put in a little cafe lounge in that location, and there was no competition at that time. So that's everything kind of all happened at once, and now we're now going through this process, which wasn't required way back when. So, and then pandemic happened, slowed everything down, and so things changed very quickly and very slowly at the same time. It was just an interesting situation, which is why we think that we're hoping that the council will approve our request.
Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Madam Mayor. The questions for Director Fag or for the city manager. Sorry, I think it's Assistant City Manager Fag or City Manager. How do we fix this problem from a policy perspective? Flynn, did you just say that this problem is fixed for us, that there's still this batch of applicants who sort of were in the hopper already moving forward, where we have this separation requirement, but a waiver, and it comes to us, city council, very, very late, where they've already invested potentially millions of dollars in a business, and sometimes on reliance of the city and city staff's, assurances. I know city staff never makes assurances. Policy can always change, but from like a fairness perspective, I always feel for these businesses. It's just really hard to not grant a waiver in this circumstance. And so I think since 2017, have been yelling about this process being broken because it's in the wrong order. And I do think our residents are saying, how many cannabis facilities are enough or too much, and we're concerned about saturation. So can you, Flynn, remind me I know that there's been some fixes, and we had fixed the separation waiver to require have more standards, but can you just explain to me, do we need more policy fixes to stop this from going in this order? What should we know about the process moving forward, especially for this application?
Certainly, as I had previously indicated, this is either the last or one of the last applications that was submitted prior to our new distance separation requirements that were adopted in December of 2019. So from that perspective, this is probably one of the last of these kind of applications that you'll see for a distance waiver. That's not to say that you won't receive applications for a distance waiver in the future. However, applicants will no longer have the argument that they submitted their application prior to the change in regulations. So again, this is one of those legacy applications, and I don't anticipate that we'll have others in the near future.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And sorry to make you repeat yourself. I did have a toddler who was sitting on my lap and screaming in my ear for a portion of that, so I apologize. But the order of operations to start a cannabis business in the city of Palm Springs, that order will remain, right? And so won't that then still create reliance issues for the city to say, oh, I applied, I already had a, permit, et cetera, XYZ approvals, and then now I need this, AMA from the city council?
No, that process has changed and been corrected. I had indicated that the application was received by the Department of Special Programs, but they didn't process it and wouldn't process it until after a waiver is approved. And so that requirement has already been instituted. So we don't process applications until the waiver is approved, so that people aren't investing money in a business that still has yet to go to city council.
Thank you. Thanks for repeating that. Sometimes it's hard when we've been on working on these issues for so many years, it's hard to remember what fixes we've made. So hearing that, I'll second Councilmember Cours's motion. I share concerns about overconcentration and saturation. And I think I've asked a few years ago, sort of, is there a market study to determine like what is the total number of cannabis businesses that our market can bear, and what would be within the goals of our residents in the city council. But, hearing that the applicant relied on the city and the city council at the time and applied, and it was allowed at the time that the way that the law was written before those additional requirements, I have a hard time on this. I'm on the fence, but I would err on the side of reliance, that they relied to build up their business, thinking that it would be approved. I'll also say I think that there's a public policy benefit or a city benefit to have ground up construction. This is a site that has been vacant, and I'd love to see more infill development of all kinds, not just cannabis businesses. It seems like this might be the one that pencils. I do see that as a benefit, and the market will bear what the market will bear, and some of these businesses, if there's too much competition, they'll know that and feel that. So I would love to have us have broader view of planning on cannabis continued, and I think it's on our work plan. So with that, I'll second the motion.
Is there any further discussion? Well, let me add that I've gone back and forth on this as the conversation is weighed, but I am persuaded that there's not just simply one, but there are three cannabis facilities that are within 500 feet of this facility. And as much as I would like to see that vacant lot filled in, I'm going to reluctantly vote no. There is simply no way I would have voted yes if they were to be applying now. The only thing they have in their favor is that they got an application in 36 days before the city council enacted the restrictions of 500 feet. But Councilmember Woods. I think
I'm unmuted. We looked at a nightclub that wasn't far from the same kind of situation, right? That had come in at the last meeting, but it's really difficult. There is it's difficult because I think it's a vacant lot, right? And that's the difficult part for me. If we had a vacant building, which there may or may not be some that are still over there, I might be much more amenable. The vacant lot on you're going to have to go through a lot of process yet with architectural review and planning commission, everything else to make that really quite a spectacular place, I would hope. But I guess the free market is fine. Free market, it's not on our main street. I'm still torn. I feel for you. I really, really, really do. And I'm really not sure how to do this because we are really getting a lot of pushback about a lot of too much cannabis in our town. What is too much is different people's perspective. Maybe we don't have enough, but it's a very difficult decision for me.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with the same concerns that have been raised in terms of oversaturation and the need to really understand the market better. I think that's really important, and also the streamlining the process so that it doesn't take this long, right, to get through. And I understand that that's not just the city process, it's also the applicant taking delays as well. But this is quite a long time before we're reviewing the waiver. But that said, I do think that the company submitted their waiver prior to our waiver ordinance being passed. I realized that was the day that Dennis and I were sworn in. That was the last thing the old council did before we were sworn in, which is why I don't remember. Anyway, I'm going to be in support of this, but I agree with the comments that have been said about the need to really look at this more fully.
Councilmember Hostage.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, that flagged for me. Flynn, that was really what I was trying to get at when I was asking you questions that you had somewhat already answered, but it's just the timeline and how long it takes for these to get to us, because then there is so much reliance, right? Then we have 3 years plus. I know it's the pandemic, but still we had, years worth of reliance that then is difficult looking at, weighing the pros and the cons or the costs and the benefits. So is there policy solutions there that we need to make to improve and expedite the process, or did we already make those fixes when yeah.
Sorry. I think you already have, in terms of putting a limit, time limit on applications that are submitted that don't move forward. Again, this is one of those legacy applications that we as staff are still dealing with. To put it into perspective, as I've indicated, the application was submitted to the Department of Special Program Compliance in October of 2019. However, they did not submit their administrative minor modification application until early this year. I believe it was in January that was submitted. So staff could not take any action until the AMM, or administrative minor modification application, was submitted. And we brought that to you as quickly as we could.
Thanks, that's helpful. Just for the record, I had to recuse on the overall cannabis ordinance changes, which is why I don't know them exactly by heart. And I'm asking those questions because my husband had a listing of a cannabis permit at the time. And for some reason, I wasn't allowed to do the cannabis ordinance, but I have no conflict on these waivers. And that's no longer even a potential source of income or any source of income. So I have no conflict, but just for council and my colleagues, that's why I'm not as on it of the changes as I typically am. Thank you.
Are we ready for roll call? I believe we are. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Kors,
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay. With that, it is 8:48, and it is our goal to have non-agenda public comment as close to 9 p.m. as possible. So we do have, I believe, one non-agenda item public comment. So City Clerk, could you make contact with that individual and any others that may have surfaced?
Brad Anderson.
Mirage. My name's Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city of Rancho Mirage. I just wanted to, for the record, I'm the only person from the public. We have the clerk and law enforcement officer here in this massive chambers. So anyway, and I'm alluding to this because of transparency with the city and actually how ethically the city is maintained or ran. And the reason, well, I'm gonna just go in. I noticed on the agenda you had 4 or 5 presentations this evening. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because it's not on the agenda. I see presentations, but I have no other information concerning that. And this kind of leads into your urgency clause concerning a letter for a healthcare issue that's outside the realm of the city, and then you voted on it without any public input. This letter is non-existent to this point. I'm sure many of the members of the public would maybe disagree with this letter and they have no say in this voice. So that's an aspect. But I noticed this, the items I wanted to talk on this evening, there were 3 or 4 that I was eliminated and reduced from talking because of your allotment time of 2 minutes for the whole agenda. And I understand that's how you run your city, but but your influence is hit CVAG and the vector control, and why I'm talking about the Coachella Valley Vector Control District. They had a presentation earlier that I was unaware of till I seen it, where they're going to do some ground fogging for mosquitoes. The Aedes aegypti is the one they're targeting. But as homeowners, you can opt out of that, and you should, because this chemical use is not even based in science. There's no statistic for this spraying. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other public comments on non-agenda items?
Yes, ma'am, we have one more.
All right, thank you.
Kathy Warmick, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Mayor Middleton, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, and Honorable City Council members. My name's Kathy Warmick. My comments are in response to learning that the largest building in the future Navigation Center will currently not be included in the design and renovations under the state grant for the future center. And that seems like a reasonable decision given time, but I want to ask you to utilize some of the $10 million you've set aside for affordable housing for this building, and to pursue the design concurrently with the other building so that you will be able to either help fund it or to apply for other funds that are available. And just as an aside, there was an article in the LA Times that the state mental health program, Prop 63, is there. The state's contemplating that again being available for housing for the homeless, mentally ill. It might be a perfect program to apply for, and I'm sure there are other programs that we could utilize. But I don't think we should just leave that building and not pursue the design on it and work concurrently with the state grant with our funds to make sure that the building gets built close to the same time the other parts of the building are open to the public. Thank you very much for taking my comments.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Next item is 3C, the CVR Working Group recommendations, reducing barriers to running for City Council and working on City Council. May we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. As you heard in some public comments earlier, in 2018, City Council created a community working group to help align city policies and practices with the California Voting Rights Act. One of their primary tasks was to help the city transition to district-wide council seats and elections, but they also had a number of other recommendations. The focus of this evening's conversation is around their recommendations regarding removing or reducing barriers to run for City Council and to hold City Council. There were a number of recommendations included in the report, and we've attached those to the staff report for your reference. But really, we're going to focus this evening, unless Council wants to expand this, on 4 items. So those are: 1, council salary. It's noted that low salaries can create a situation where only independently wealthy, often retired or non-working individuals can run for council. Levels of staffing support, because part of the burden on council could potentially be alleviated with additional staffing. A vehicle allowance is a form of compensation, but it's also, I think, administratively easier to manage than mileage reimbursement. And even in the COVID and Zoom era, there are still occasions where travel is required, and in fact, often. And then the last of those recommendations is regarding childcare, noting again that if you want these offices to be widely available to any and all residents. That would include some that have childcare responsibilities. So in terms of the staffing and the vehicle allowance, those are fairly straightforward to implement. We've had a conversation about staffing to some extent already in the last 2 budget cycles, but the approach thus far has been less robust than the one recommended by the CVRA working group. But in any respect, those are relatively straightforward and easy to implement. The salaries and the childcare are a little bit more complex. So included in the staff report is just a number of considerations or questions. I'll cover some of those now as you go into discussion. With regard to salary, firstly, there's the question of how would it be implemented? You heard reference during public comment to the possibility of council action or the possibility of referring this to voters to deal with it through the ballot. You also have the question of whether or not compensation would either require or suggest full-time versus part-time work. And as was pointed out, on one hand, full-time salary seems to be effective at reducing the barrier of compensation generally, right? If you're paid full-time, you're able to, not have other employment to pay the bills if that's your situation. But it was also pointed out that full-time can be a different kind of barrier to participation for those who are either on a career track or simply want to maintain their employment. So that's a consideration. It's been brought up, you would need to determine some way of establishing the compensation. So that could be based on formula. A couple were suggested by the CVRA working group and some repeated this evening. It could be tied to pay for state legislators. It could be tied to median income or any number of other indicators, or it could be something more market-based that's reviewed periodically. If it's market-based, of course, you might also have to deal with who actually sets those rates. Is it an independent body that conducts an analysis, or is it something dealt with at the staff or council level? And then I would just point out as well that the city does adhere to the council manager form of government, where there's a general breakdown between the policy role vested with council and the administrative role vested with staff. I would only suggest that you may want to consider, especially in that full-time versus part-time, how roles and responsibilities could be conflated or how to keep them clear if compensation were to suggest, more participation and more hours invested by council members. And then lastly, of course, to consider community support. I think a lot of communities have reached the conclusion that low salary really is a substantial barrier to access, but that can sometimes be counterintuitive. And numerous communities that have tried to remedy this situation by increasing salary have seen resistance in the community who maybe don't recognize the barrier, but perceive increasing salary as either gratuitous or something like that. Childcare is perhaps even a little more complex, but certainly recognize the role that childcare plays in making all kinds of things available to parents, including serving in office. The original recommendation suggested either some sort of a voucher or subsidy, or perhaps even building some sort of childcare facility. I don't know whether that would be operated by third party or in-house. Both of those have different implications. So that would be the first question, is what kind of a model would it be? If it were in-house, of course, you have all kinds of other considerations for space availability, the regulatory environment, et cetera. But also just, I would encourage you to consider the scale of programs, both in terms of how demand might fluctuate over time among council or staff, but also how the city entering into a space like that might impact the market more generally. So for instance, if it were a benefit provided not just to council members, but employees, I believe it's reasonable to assume some parents that might be getting childcare in other communities where they might live would take advantage of a subsidy and choose to relocate to Palm Springs, to bring their kids to Palm Springs for childcare, which is good. But in an environment where we already lack sufficient providers, and we already hear anecdotes of residents struggling to find childcare, we could create an imbalance there if we suddenly entered that marketplace and kind of created some demand without perhaps pursuing a new partnership where capacity was expanded at the same time. So those are a handful of considerations. Staff is here to listen and take direction. We'll answer any questions that we can, but otherwise, please advise us on what you'd like to do moving forward. That's all I have.
I think this item was requested by Councilmember Course, so I'm going to give him the first opportunity to weigh in.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the staff report and all the public comment on this. I mean, the one we sort of need to make a decision on sooner than the rest is salary, since that has to be done before a new council, right, is elected. I think under state law for it to take effect, but a couple thoughts on all of it. I'll share. And, you know, when I look at the goal, which I think I share with the CVRA working group, and I've always supported more staff, because I think if we were appropriately staffed as council members, it would open the door for virtually anyone to be able to do this job, including someone who works, you know, I don't know what's typical anymore, but what used to be the typical 9 to 5 work day, right? Salary alone doesn't solve that problem for folks. There's just too much during the day. The volume of emails is not manageable, which turns this part-time job, if you do all the constituent requests, because we don't have a process to get constituent requests really answered, we're all sending different requests to different staff people and trying to find solutions. And I think each person having an assistant would really open this up to the most people, right? Because while greater salary, which I also support, would allow, you know, more folks to be able to take time off to do this. A lot of people, and I think someone commented on this, can't stop their career, right? They sort of lose tenure if you're a school teacher, whatever it may be. But if we want to open this up to anyone to be able to run, afford to run, and have the time to serve on council, I think each council member having, whether it's an admin assistant or something, would really make a difference. And I appreciate some council members have had fellows or interns to do it, but I don't think that's the best method. And if we're having people do it, they should be employees. We know that they're making, right, a wage, a living wage, they're getting benefits, and they're also covered as employees with our attorney-client communication if they're reading our emails and responding to folks. So I really do think that's necessary. As far as the appropriate salary, I'm open to that. The ordinance that was passed most recently in 2007 set the salary at what it is now and says that on January 1st of each year following municipal election, the salary shall be automatically adjusted to equal the council median, which I could not figure out what the council median is if we all make the same, the 4 people who aren't mayor. But I appreciate our city attorney found it. And it's, so after each election, it's supposed to be adjusted to the council median of the other charter cities in the Coachella Valley. So that's been in place at least since 2007 and has never happened. And it's just a reminder, we have a lot of ordinances that we don't follow. But we're not the same as the other cities in the Valley. And I think the demands, the budget, I think off the top data mentioned the budget, right? When you look at all of our budget together, it's, we're almost $500 million entity. And no city is even remotely close to that. So I do think there needs to be an increase. One suggestion was at least we retroactively do a cost of living, which will get people up to about 44 and keep that moving forward, which is one option. But I do think the staffing's needed. On the other issues, just real briefly, I really would like us to explore childcare. And for all our employees, there's an incredible shortage, and whether it's free or subsidized and how we do it. But I think that's going to take a little time to figure out, but I would like to see us move forward on that. I think the last item was a car allowance, which I thought we were doing before COVID, and then I think it never happened. And what that amount should be, I think, is a fair question. Obviously, you don't get reimbursed for travel to and from City Hall, but many of us go to meetings in other places. Some go clearly to Riverside more regularly than others, and administratively trying to do the salary, the mileage, it may be better just to come up with some standard amount on that. So that's my initial thoughts for the conversation. None of this will apply to me since I'm leaving, but so that's why I thought it was best that I asked for this. But I do think it's really important that, I mean, look, we've done better on diversity and age than I think we've ever done on this council. But I was working full time when I took the job, and I cut that to 20 hours a week, and it wasn't manageable. And part of it wasn't manageable because I had other stuff I had to do during the day. There were times I had to be in Sacramento or other states doing work. I was at the National Center for Lesbian Rights. And after a year, I just stopped. It just was not manageable. And I think having the admin support, and currently, and for a while, we don't even have anyone. We're sharing one scheduler with the city manager. I mean, that's just ridiculous for 5 people with the requests we get every single day. And people get annoyed when we don't respond to emails, even if they're not questions, but that is a full-time job. And so if we're going to make this a full-time job, I think we limit it a lot more of a conserve than if we provide the staff support and a reasonable salary to offset the other time for folks. So that's my thinking on that. But I look forward to the conversation. I'm glad we're having it now.
I think the mayor may have frozen. Councilmember Holstage.
Are there other comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate you calling on me. Mayor, you froze there for just a minute. I'll go next as someone who is also not planning on having this apply to me in any way and instead apply to future council members, and happy to share my experience and what I've heard. Also trying to work with both candidates who are interested in serving and even serving on commissions and then serving on city council. I've also have a core group of folks that I've helped throughout the region who are younger, people of color, working class folks, parents, people with full-time jobs. And I've sort of watched their experiences over the last 5 years since I was elected. I completely agree with everything Councilmember Kaur said, and I support each of your suggestions. Yes, I think the majority of the last city council requested a car allowance, and there was support for that because we don't currently have a system to get reimbursed for mileage. We drive to San Diego and Riverside and places that are very, very far, LA for SCAG. And it's a lot of additional costs that are just never compensated for council members. I completely agree with what you said about childcare and expanding that as a benefit to staff, either as a subsidy or additional, amount. We have such a childcare crisis. We have a hard time recruiting and retaining staff. And I think if we want to be a progressive city that, by the way, also hires our residents, I've heard the council talking about, I think we should provide childcare and lead the way. I've been working with About Families, which is a nonprofit childcare provider, and a few others looking for spaces. And I think that there is an opportunity with the city to provide city space or to find another facility, and there might be some opportunity to scale. But I agree that that's a larger question that we will take some time. It's going to take many months and probably input from stakeholders to decide that. And I very much agree that council salaries need to be, sufficiently compensated to get good talent. We are often paid less than minimum wage. I've said I could sit in a dark room in a basement and do 40 hours of emails just alone. I don't think that's what the residents want from me. I think they want us to go find state funding and federal funding and make good policy and, make the city a better place and improve lives. But there's just so much work to do as a council member. So I have tried, and we've tried to do, use technology in other ways. But thank you, Councilmember Kaur, for your points about staffing. We're just so inadequately staffed, and it makes it really hard to do our job. People don't understand that we do all of the constituent requests almost that we get. Every email, is us reading them, responding to them, all the research. Sometimes we write legislation, we write resolutions, we write ordinances. Councilmember Kors and I have written all kinds of ordinances. It's just us. And people don't understand. And, people deserve a response from their elected officials. And, we can't give them that in the way that we're staffed now. People have said, I can't vote for you because you didn't respond to my email. And I've been doing this as a full-time job after the pandemic. So there's a lot of work to be done. And it's just very, very difficult for those of us, who are working. I've left 2 full-time 6-figure careers as an attorney. And then I tried to work at a nonprofit full-time. And both were I was working like 60 to 80 hours a week to serve the city. And I very much think we benefit from people of color, women, working class folks, like teachers, firefighters, the people we want to be able to serve our city. And we just have to pay them. And I've seen people in other cities leave because they just could not leave their city job because they just could not hold down being a city council member with a job. It's just really, really difficult when you add on caretaking and all the other responsibilities. So Councilmember Kors, sorry to go on a long tirade there, but I think it's really powerful and really important that we address this issue. We look and see, the candidates that run and, file intentions to run, and we don't see a lot of diversity there. We need to see more diversity in who runs and who represents and serves the city. So I'd love to see us increase the pay rate, provide the transportation allowance, and then try to get to a childcare solution that includes our city staff and everyone in the city.
Are there other comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that. All of the comments that have been said before, all great points. I think that one of the things about this job is that we also have to confer and work with city staff, which is why having additional staff support is very helpful. Additionally, the salary increase makes a huge difference because it is difficult to hold 2 full-time jobs that expect you to be there between 9 to 5, which is most jobs. I have worked full-time and worked full-time at City Council for the majority of the time that I've been on council. This year has been the first time where I've taken a little bit of a break from other work, and that's been very difficult. It was something that I had to plan extremely carefully, and I looked at my bank account even today and went, oh my gosh, I'm getting dangerously close to the point where I can't have that luxury anymore to only have the city council position. So while I was happy to work full-time at another job as an attorney and then working with an amazing organization on statewide redistricting, part of the reason, and working full-time for the city council, it does take a toll on you physically, mentally, emotionally to be working almost constantly, right? To not have any time for ourselves. And I think that we can be better council members if we have opportunities to take times for ourselves too, just like we can be better employees generally if we're not overworked. And so I do think that this is a huge equity issue. I do hear from residents who say that they would not consider running because of the lack of pay. I have had residents assume that we are paid considerably more money than we are because of the work that we all have put in and that past councils have put in. And I think it is very obvious to the residents of Palm Springs that our councils, especially in these last 10 years, I think there has been a shift because of the growth that we've seen in the city. People have really noticed it and they appreciate the presence of council, which is why I think we did have residents calling in and saying that they are supportive of a salary increase. I have no problem with that salary being determined by a third party. I think that's fine. And obviously there were a variety of ways in which that can be figured out. In terms of the childcare, I think that we do need to move forward on that. Councilmember Holstich has been vocal about the zoning issues that childcare facilities have. We should be rezoning to allow for childcare in pretty much everywhere in our city, and we should be providing waivers to make that process easier for them. These are things that I think that we can do now to start the process and work with people who want to come here and open childcare facilities and say that they're welcome here. And that would go a long way alone. But then on top of that, I do think that there is a reason to provide subsidies and support for people who are raising children. I know that this is one of the things that we do so well as we're a welcoming LGBTQ city, and I love the growth that I've seen the city take in this regard. And in my generation and Councilmember Holstich's generation, we're seeing that LGBTQ people are having children at a far higher rate than the prior generation. And I think it's such a beautiful thing. And so for me, supporting childcare really is an equity issue on so many levels. So I would really like to see us move forward as my colleagues have already stated. So thank you all for your comments. And I appreciate as well the residents of Palm Springs taking into account what we're saying and giving us the courtesy of having this conversation. And I hope that if you do have questions that you'll reach out to us and let us talk to you about them, because there is a lot more to this job than some people realize.
Other comments? Let me jump in with a few, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for their comments, and all of them are spot on. But first, I want to thank the individuals that spoke this evening, most particularly the individuals who are part of the CVRA working group. They made these recommendations years ago because they believed in them, and that they're still coming back to us today and talking about these recommendations is something we should pay attention to. And what I would like to preface is they raise these issues as barriers to people for running for city council. And that's what they were trying to take and at least reduce, if not eliminate, is some of the barriers that prevent individuals and a broad range of individuals from being able to run for city council. It matters that the large populace within Palm Springs have an opportunity to feel that they can, in fact, serve our city. And that's what we're doing here. There is, I've had a lot of tremendous opportunities in the course of my life, and I am grateful for them. But the opportunity to serve on this city council and to serve this city is the greatest honor that I have ever received. And it is something that I will treasure until my last day. And that should not be limited to individuals who have independently the financial means to serve on city council. I don't come from a wealthy family, but I managed to earn a pension through 36 years of work. It's for the state of California. Without that pension, I would not be here today. And that doesn't apply to everyone. So I think there are things that we need to do And members of the working group gave us some very good ideas of directions that we can responsibly go. Provide additional staffing to provide additional support. I'm never going to be one, so long as I'm on this city council, who doesn't look at our emails. But it takes an incredible amount of time, and much of it could far more efficiently be handled by someone who was responsible for sifting through constituent issues and being able to respond efficiently. To all of those who send in emails, most particularly who send an individual email on exactly the same subject with exactly the same wording, to each one of the 5 of us, none of the 5 of us can take and share that with anyone else. And what tends to happen is 5 separate emails then go to the city manager, asking the city manager to take and do follow-up. That is incredibly inefficient. And what we're all trying to do is take and be responsive to the public. So I think with additional support, we can, in fact, be more responsive. I go back and forth as to whether or not this is a full-time, part-time job or whatever it may be. It is an incredible amount of hours. Palm Springs is a demanding community, and none of us would have it any other way. We love the fact that we are on a city council where everybody's paying attention and everyone has an opinion as to what we should do. But we do have to be able to staff up to do that if we're going to do it well. Car allowances are a common way to approach the fact that people use vehicles to move from one place to another. So I think it's something that that we should definitely look at. Childcare is been talked about. We need to have something that provides that as a benefit for all of our employees, all of our staff, and including any member of city council that would have need of childcare. And we hope that that will be more than one of us in the future. When it comes to salary, I think that's something that has to go in front of the voters. But the comments that were made regarding bringing us up consistent with what the cost of living increases have been since 2007, when last there was an increase, seems only responsible and fair. So I hope that this moves forward for the sake of the next city council and the city council after that, and that we create out of this a system that tries to lessen the controversy that gets attached to the fact that all of us need to be reimbursed for the work that we do. And we are working here. It is only fair to reimburse people at a fair rate for the work that they do. And anyone who gets into this work of being an elected official for the money needs to have their head examined. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just to, but I'm sorry, I got emotional there, Mayor. Your comments about this being the greatest honor, that really chokes me up. That's, my parents are both Marines, and service to your country and your community is one of the biggest lessons that I was taught growing up. And it makes me emotional when you say that's part of my little outburst there.
Any other comments? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. thank you to the group that put it together for a point of discussion. I think some of the points are valid. Other ones I'm questioning. Just having experience with it, complete experience with it. And I don't know if these barriers that have been suggested have any sort of statistics behind them. Or where they come from. I think we're a very different city than a city like San Diego or Los Angeles, which they are absolutely full-time jobs and they get a full-time salary, right? We are part-time. We have a city manager form of government. We are policy heads. Many of us have gone well beyond that, well beyond what that's doing. And we've set an expectation level by doing that in the community. And maybe that's a false expectation level that you can call me about your trash, your pothole, and all this stuff, when I really can't repair the pothole. I can only guide you to the place to get it repaired. But it's tough. I can tell you, it is. It's been the mayor and the mayor pro tem talking about an honor to serve on this. It absolutely is. It is fantastic. Is the pay? It's pretty bad. It is pretty bad. The $29,000 is before tax. So by the time you take home that paycheck, it is pretty skinny. And I would agree with the comments that have been said. If you want to be effective and responsive and all of that, and want to be engaged, it can be a full-time job. There is no doubt about it. The question is, where do you draw that line? And for each of us, I can tell you, just being on the council with all of you, it's very different for each one of us on how we do that and where we draw the line. I'm not sure it's going to bring in more diversity or what that means. We had an all gay, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgendered council. That's pretty diverse. We have men, we have women, we have transsexual. I mean, that's pretty diverse. We have old and we have young. We don't have a person necessarily, we have a person of color as well. What more diversity are we looking for? I'm not clear on that. So, I'm just, it's good lip service, but what does it really mean? Did you want what does that mean? There's no shortage of candidates running in this election. So I don't, obviously people want the job. I'm not a career politician. I didn't take this job to be a career politician. I took the job to effectively make Palm Springs the best place it can possibly be with all the factors that are at play. I heed the advice very strongly of the city manager about some of the elements, not all of the elements, being a bit problematic. As an example, I worked in a city where there were elected officials that were staff members. That is really difficult. It's difficult for management. It's difficult for the staff. It's difficult for the elected official who might want to push a policy. So being a full-time staff member in a small city like Palm Springs, 45,000 people, I want more understanding of what that means. I also worked in a city where each council member had their own assistant. And I think it was mentioned in one of the comments that was the city of West Hollywood. That failed. That no longer exists. There were a lot of problems with it. And I think in our last budget we approved more staff for city council. But I think if we're going to do this, if you're going to get a full-time salary, you have to have kind of you have to have a job description, and who is going to oversee your work, your job, your time, all of that. It's problematic. Getting a stipend, or $20-some thousand is a very different thing. Santa Monica, I looked up Santa Monica where we're talking, which is a similar city. It's got an airport. It's got all the things that we have here. It's got a convention center. It's a tourist destination. And they make less than we make. They get a $4,000 car allowance a year, and they get benefits. I just think we approved new people in the last budget. I don't know, what we would be doing full time, and I think that would need to be described. So, increase in salary to a bit, great. To a full-time job, not sure unless we can work out some of the kinks on that. Car allowance, I absolutely agree with what everyone has been said on that. Evidence that will bring more people or diverse people, yeah. Is that, does salary alone do that? I am not sure. Childcare do that? I'm not sure that that will actually do that. I actually think that when you start having assistants per council member, that then you start playing politics more, right? Versus being a policy decision maker. So I guess I say all this and that I think many of the suggestions that have been made, or some of the suggestions that have been made, would benefit the city. Other suggestions I'm not so clear on. And I don't know if the evidence is there to do it. So, and I think the city manager talked about some of those problems, and I would support some of his opinions. I know I'm contrary to what many of you think at this point, but we are, we're here not as a staff member, but to set policy. If we want to change our form of government, we need to change our charter. If we want to be something different, then we need to go to the voters and be something different. And I'm totally in support of that. If that's what we want to do, I'm totally supportive of that. And I think, like the mayor said, if we need to go to the voters for certain issues of this proposal, let's do it. Let's see what the citizens really want out there. But I don't think arbitrarily giving a changing some of this is going to help us. I think it's going to polarize us. And that's just based on my own experience. Having been in cities that have, like I said, that have assistants, everything that's going on. And I'm talking about assistants for each person, where that person, that assistant, in many cases, in my experience, is really a political advocate more than an administrative assistant, which we currently have. And I think we just approved more of on that. And we also have discretionary funds. And I know one of the council members using those discretionary funds for some administrative and some other stuff. So I'm treading with caution. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying I'm treading with caution on the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I think language matters. So I just want to point out, Dennis, that you're part of the LGBTQ community, but you should still use the right language when we're talking about other members of the LGBTQ community. And I'm sure it was a slip, but I think it's important to point that out just in general. But I do think, just to the larger point about other cities, I think this is going to be a problem that we see, because in general, the pay for politicians is very low. For instance, for a legislature role in the state of Georgia, they pay about $15,000 a year. You have to travel to the state capitol. You have to do all the same work that is done in California, but they're paid $15,000 a year. So this is going to be, even when looking at other cities and looking at other places, we're going to see this as an issue, because people are not paid well, which is why you have people who are independently wealthy who dominate our political climate, or who are our politicians, I should say, because the wages across the board in our country are so low that it prevents other people from having the opportunity to run. So I don't want us to get too far in the weeds of comparing with just what other cities do, because other cities should probably pay their council members more as well. And that's going to be something that I think we should just take into account when we're going through all of this.
So if I could, I'd like to ask either the city attorney or city manager a question. Let's get them both back on. Thank you. Thank you. We had 4 areas, as I follow it, that have been raised this evening. One is a potential vehicle allowance. The second is a system to provide childcare. And I think everyone has spoken of that in terms of being something that would be broadly based and available to all members of city staff, additional staffing and administrative support for members of council, and then lastly, changes in salary levels. That last one, changes in salary levels, as I understand it, there are very specific requirements in law that limit what any city council can take and do in terms of implementing changes. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Middleton. Yes, there would be restrictions on how to implement compensation changes for council. Specifically for Palm Springs, it would need to be passed by an ordinance to change the municipal code, basically to update it to whatever additional compensation or adjustments in compensation the council would like. So the measure would be by passing an ordinance adjusting council compensation.
Councilmember Halsted, you raised your hand.
Madam Mayor, may I ask just a quick follow-up question on that, or I can after you're done as well?
Yeah.
City Attorney, oh, go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah. The point I'm trying to make is, as I understand it, the 3 items, a car allowance, childcare, staffing, are all within the broad discretion of city council. And anything in terms of compensation carries greater requirements before they could be implemented. Did you hear that? Because I have definitely had some internet issues this evening. Councilmember Halsted, then Councilmember Corrs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm so sorry. I just had a quick question on that, Ryan, to the city attorney. So it was stated earlier that we actually have not been complying with our existing ordinance on council pay. So the ordinance passed in 2007 required an analysis and updating every year. Would that have led to any increases? Do we know? It wouldn't, because it has a comparative study. So we would actually have to do a new ordinance that would require a cost of living adjustment like all other, other staff get, or something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, Councilmember Halsted, we would have to pass an ordinance to adjust compensation. So I'd have to look into see exactly what it is now and what changes have been reflected since the passage of the ordinance. But obviously, moving forward, to the extent the council wanted to adjust compensation, that would be passed through another ordinance to adjust council compensation moving forward.
Councilmember Corrs.
Great, thanks. And Mayor Middleton, I think for non-charter cities, there's a whole process and formula because of what happened in Bell, I think, that doesn't apply to charter cities. So that's my understanding. Is that correct, City Attorney? Right, there's a different process. It can't be more than like a 5% annual increase, and it's set on a formula based on population. Although I think from the article I had read, 90 cities don't follow what they're supposed to be doing anyway, who are non-charter cities.
That's correct, Councilman Corrs. There's more flexibility with Palm Springs because it is a charter city. So we would just need to pass it via ordinance to adjust council compensation for the charter.
And well, I think we can talk about each, of these individually. Obviously, salary and the staffing has some overlap, but one thing in our ordinance, I think we do need to change the ordinance that really makes no sense, right? So the amount that was approved in 2007, then it's going to be adjusted after every council election to the median of charter cities in the valley, which is not where the council set the salary in 2007. So I think we need to get rid of that part. And I don't think it's very controversial, although I could always be wrong, if we put in the cost of living adjustment or the 5% annual increase that the state recommends, and do that retroactive to 2007 for the next council. I think if we're going to set the salary as more of a full-time salary, I would agree it probably should go to the voters. But I don't think, like, if people want to make this a full-time job, and right now it really does feel it's very hard to do this job well if you're not making it a full-time job. But if it's staffed appropriately, and we did the cost of living, I think it remains a part-time job, and we'd be able to offer so much more for our constituents if there were people to help them with the problems that they're having. And now that we're in districts, although yes, often people reach out to 5 of us individually, and sometimes we're sending it to different staff because we don't even have a process for that, right? We've tried to do that several times and it's never happened or worked. So I think that would just make it available. And Councilmember Woods, I agree. We have people who run for council, but I think we're limited in who is willing to run, right? I know people who, I think there are some people who the salary itself would be enough because they're giving up some other work to do this, right? So, Mayor Pro Tem Garner is working less as an attorney, so the salary increase can have an impact, right? That's true for people who are in their own business or run their own business or independent contractors. So the salary would help them. But firefighters, police officers, school teachers, cooks in restaurants, they're unable to do this job without staff support. There's just no way, it doesn't matter what the salary is, they have to quit their job. And a lot of those jobs, and we'll just take a school teacher, you lose tenure if you stop. So, the salary alone will help some folks, there's no doubt, be able to make up the work they're losing. But if we don't provide the staffing, we're never going to be able to get people who have regular 40-hour-a-week jobs. It's just not possible. I've worked many jobs in my life, where I was working 80 hours a week. But when I was trying to do a half-time at National Center for Lesbian Rights and this job, I was back up to that. And fortunately, I was in a position I didn't have to do that, but not everyone else is. And if we look around a lot of the councils around the Valley and state, a lot of times for the ones that have the kind of busy work we do, which some do and some don't, you end up having a lot of folks who aren't financially able to do it. And so you're missing the voices of people who work in those jobs who want to be able to serve their city and would add so much value to have those different voices on council. So I think some combination of the two is the way to do that. As far as West Hollywood, their deputies worked really well because I worked with them for a decade when I was at Equality California. And I worked with the deputies much more than I worked with the council members, even though one was my board president, to get things done there. But yes, you had a deputy who was accused of bugging another deputy's office and taking city lists for political purposes. And that could happen to any single member of staff. That doesn't mean the system failed because you had that problem and that led to a sexual harassment complaint. I mean, that's not saying the system was bad. It worked for a long, long time before you had, that situation. And yes, as people know, I've said this before, people shouldn't bug people's offices, even their own, which unfortunately we've had in our council. So I don't think that is, that means the system can't work by any means. So, but I think we have to be clear on what the job is, right, for an assistant. But I do think we want people who are in jobs where they have to be at work, a typical 9 to 5 or 9 to 6 day to be able to serve on council as well. It shouldn't just be people, who are giving up income because of they're their own boss or people who are retired or have the means not to have another job. I think that really limits who can serve. And we're here to serve all our residents, and all of our residents should have the opportunity to serve if the voters elect them. And we're not in that position right now. So I think there are different ways we can fix it, but I think it needs to be fixed.
So perhaps in the interest of time and make sure that we give clear direction to staff, and this is one where we're supposed to give. We hope to give direction. we could take each one of these 4 issues one at a time and try to give give direction to staff. So I'm going to start with a car allowance. Is there a desire on the part of the majority of council to ask staff to come back with recommendations regarding a car allowance? I am supportive.
I'm supportive, and I'd suggest it might be helpful if each of us, or I guess staff can look at all of our calendars to see. Obviously, COVID's changed it. We're getting back to all these, except tonight, in-person meetings in different places. Took a look at sort of what the average, unreimbursed travel is for the various things we're doing to try and come up with an appropriate rate. Might make sense. But I am supportive of some kind of car allowance, given people are using their cars for city work. And I think that would be the fairest and easiest way to do it, instead of having staff having to do all the work every single, going back every month and looking at the travel to come up with an allowance number. So I do support that.
And I would also like staff to take a look at other city councils that do provide it as potential guidance. Is that supportive by the others on council?
Yes.
I see one head shake, 2 heads. Councilmember Woods.
I'm extremely supportive of that. I think it's very common. I think I can tell you for myself, it's a nightmare to try and put a mileage thing together. It's a nightmare for me. It's a nightmare for staff. It's way too much work for petty stuff. And I think just having an allowance makes it much easier.
All right. So Justin, is that sufficient direction in that area?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Childcare. Justin, you've identified that there's some broad issues associated with that. If I heard correctly, and I don't want to shortchange what anyone said, what we are broadly seem to be talking about is something that would provide childcare to city staff, in addition to and including any member of city council that would need it. And you've identified that there are going to be some issues in coming back with a proposal, but we would like to see one. Is that a fair statement, colleagues? Councilmember Holstage, maybe I should have let you say it, since it's been your passion issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I think I raised this in another council meeting. And by the way, I don't intend any of these changes, and I think City Attorney can confirm that these changes would apply to future councils, correct? So just but I'm just sharing my experience so you can understand why someone like me most likely cannot serve in this role in the future. So it's costing me $200 to do this meeting tonight. So when you can, for childcare. And so when you understand that not only are we paying our council members $29,000 a year, but then they also have costs like caretaking, it not only doesn't compensate us or costs us less than pays us less than minimum wage, actually is costing us more. So I might propose, and then I had requested city staff to advise about if childcare was a reimbursable rate, and I think it was unclear. So what I might propose, not for me, but for future council members, is to have some sort of system where you can have caretaking, because some people take care of elderly parents or others, right? Any type of caretaking that is required for you to do your job might be compensated in some way, like the way that other employers do that, right, in other cities. So something which would allow people with caretaking taking responsibilities to do this job and serve and not, have to pay. Like, I think that will then impact the events, right? It costs me as a parent $100 to go to any evening event because that's a cost of childcare. Then you're really going to see parents and caretakers opt out of participating in city events. And then that harms them. So I'm a little offended by Dennis's comments. I'm trying to temper myself here because it's very personal, because people, not only it's barriers to people participating, and then it undermines our democracy because then you have no voices of caretakers to say, hey, we need childcare in the city. Hey, we need parks and, XYZ. You're not hearing those voices. And that's the problem of our city that we're trying to remedy. And there is a lot of data to show who's in powers at who's in city councils and who is not. Anyway, I would like to ask if there's an intermediary policy there where we can reimburse childcare. You can use campaign funds to reimburse childcare to do the job. There's a lot of precedent that we might be able to use for future caretakers to at least be able to afford to do this job while someone watches the people they take care of. So I would see it as a two-part, like, is there an intermediary role where we could compensate that as a cost like an employer would, and then also think about it more broadly with our staff and community in solving the issues that we discussed before.
Is that supported by, okay.
And this is not to go against Christy or any of that kind of stuff or upset you, Christy. I think administration of that is more the issue, not having somewhere to have your a child or an elder or anybody you're taking. It could be a sick person, right, that you're taking care of. It could be any variety of things. But I'm just wondering if we can't just roll it into kind of a non-specific kind of thing versus a reimbursement all the time. And are they charging, prevailing wages and all that stuff we get into? If we come up back with a proposal, it might be nice to say, you get this amount and then kind of spend it how you want, versus really putting staff in the city, especially with prevailing wages and not paying a nanny enough or whatever. That's my point. It wasn't to be in any way not putting how it might have been interpreted. It really is about how do we do it fairly. So I would ask that my comments kind of be considered in the process, because I certainly don't want to hire an elderly care person and find out I'm not paying good wages, and that's exposed, which it has been with politicians or their yard worker or whatever. And I just don't think I want to be in that position, or I don't want any of my colleagues to be in that position.
Sure. And I didn't mean to say reimbursable, because I agree the administrative burden is very, very high. Like with mileage, I've never submitted mileage. It's just I don't have enough time in my day to do that. And so I just pay for it myself and subsidize this work in a lot of ways. So I don't know if we have to give specific direction now, but bring back some sort of policy in the interim that might, this is a typical benefit, a subsidy provided by employers.
Justin, did we give you direction on this? I think it was.
Yeah, so even something short-term that would likely be a stipend, if not something like a reimbursement, could be more of a short-term measure. Certainly, I think anything more robust, especially as it might apply to city staff or larger numbers, would just take more time to put together. But if we want to pursue some sort of stipend, and it begs the question whether that would just be for some sort of a dependent type care scenario, or if it would be broader in consideration of those who might not have those needs, but others. And that's the mix you see in other employers, right? Sometimes it's a very broad pool and childcare is one of the eligible costs. And sometimes it's just very specific to that benefit. So I think we could at least bring back a few options for council to consider. That one is a little more complicated, I think, to get done. In the next couple of months, you've got a meeting in July, and then we're in September, and there's an election in November, and you've got a really ambitious agenda already, to be honest. But we can do our best to bring you something.
All right. Staffing. there was not unanimity, but I think there was a majority that was in favor of additional support staff, potentially an admin for each member of city council. Is that an accurate statement? Where the majority is.
Can you just repeat that?
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Woods?
No, I was going to ask if you could repeat what you said.
That the majority of city council expressed this evening support for additional administrative support, potentially up to one admin per city council member. Council member.
Yeah, and I think if we look at something like that, you know, we should discuss, is that a full-time job, is a half-time job? You know, just get a sense, because I do think it balances somewhat with salary. But I think it would really improve our constituent services, which, while this is a policy job, is a enormous amount of time in our jobs, right? Our constituents reach out to their elected officials, right? They expect us to respond. They expect us to go to meetings. They have expectations. So I think, you know, and how we start it and see how it goes, and how much time, I think, you know, we should discuss at some point, but I would like to see that move forward.
If I may, what I'm trying to do here is to get us to where we have given direction to staff so that they can bring recommendations back to us. So this is not a resolution of these issues. This is, here's the sentiment of City Council. Please come back and give us very specific recommendations that we can consider, that will be on agendas, that will then be debated, and we will receive, I am certain, extensive public comment on. Councilmember Woods.
I won't repeat what I said, but I you know, about the one-on-one each we're getting your own. But I think, you know, this council has been great, and with our new city manager, we have been trying to work very hard on getting consistent messaging out, so that we're not 5 different voices saying different things, which doesn't make us look good. So as we explore this, maybe we need a department, or a small, you know, like maybe we've talked about expanding the communications department, or maybe a few more people that are a little more universal and they're not politically aligned with one person or the other. So that would be my point of view.
All right, thank you. Justin, does that give Councilmember Holstich? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just share and I'll see where council is, but I really like staff recommendation about what adequate staffing would look like. I'm not married to the idea that it has to be one-on-one, one per one council member. I think we're woefully understaffed, and it's impacting our ability to do our job and respond to our constituents. I'm just sharing from my personal experience, so you know, and it doesn't, you know, leave in my brain later, but I've had asked for years when I was working a full-time job and working on city council full-time to have help. And I was told I wasn't able to. And then Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Garner was able to hire an intern. And then I've hired a fellow through my contingency funds. And that has been life-changing for me as a working person and as a parent, because Lauren, my fellow, is able to, Lauren's been here almost for a year with me. She hasn't caused any political firestorms or done anything untoward, like Dennis Wood said. She's done research for me. She's responded to constituents. She's done follow-up. I mean, like the basic things that are sort of too hard for us to do when we're also doing policy work. So to me, that position has been life-changing. We should definitely pay her more. I agree. It should be a full-time job with benefits at the city. So I strongly support this, but I like to leave it to staff of bringing a few possibilities of what adequate staffing would look like, and, you know, protect in a way that it's a non-political position, but that it is getting council members. And I'll just say the debate about, you know, full-time or part-time, that's never going to be solved. I mean, I support our form of government. We have a city, manager form of government. We're not changing our charter here. That was blown out of proportion. Each council member is elected by our own districts and our own constituents to do the job the way that they see fit. And we're going to do it differently. And so some people are going to do more constituent services. So I think it's a false argument to debate about if it's part-time or if it's full-time, because Mayor Moon said, I'm only going to be a full-time mayor. And if council members can't be full-time, I guess they'll get voted out. That's what he said. And people are going to have different perspectives of that. So what we need to do is create a system that eliminates as many barriers and disparities and inequities as possible. And I think, having adequate staffing that at least allows some flexibility in that will get us there. And we shouldn't get distracted by the full-time, part-time debate, because that's really not what's in front of us. It's really up to council members to decide how to do our jobs, and the public decides if we're doing it well. Perhaps we could look at the city of Riverside. I know they have legislative assistants per each council member. I'm sure staff could pull some sort of comparable cities about what best practices are there.
Right. And when you had the, if I can, Mayor, sort of, changing it in West Hollywood due to, allegations of illegal behavior, I think they moved to just a pool of assistants, right? Who could help different council members, which avoids the potential political issue you raised, Dennis. So that I think we can look at some other cities. I agree on how we can appropriately staff council, and to bring back some different ways we might want to do that would be helpful. And for what it's worth, and we can talk about this during our study session on priorities, I mean, this goes on there, and, these aren't things that have to be decided in the next couple, 2 or 3 months. The only one that really has to be decided soon is salary. So we should just talk when we're looking at council priorities, because when we add things, we have to take things off. Or our city manager's head will blow up, and we don't want that.
Justin, I think we have identified a range of possibilities if we're giving you enough direction to be able to come back with a range of options.
Yeah. So I'm good with the car allowance, childcare, and the staffing. Just need direction on the salary item.
All right. So salary, we've heard a lot of different things, and certainly as a charter city, we may have some more flexibility than general law cities, but all of this will have to come back when it comes to salary to be an ordinance. So what I've heard in trying to describe what our conversation has been is that there is a need to increase the salary that is paid to Palm Springs City Council members. And there's been a lot of different discussion as to what we should peg that to, but I think the majority's identified that we're supportive of it being larger than what it is today. Is there anyone who would like to characterize where they would like to see or believe that the majority of us have hit upon what I think I heard the most support for, but I don't want to state this is something that would be pegged to a inflation, cost of living increases, and looking to be retroactive back to the changes since 2007. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I think that's accurate. I think the larger issue of whether or not it should be more than that, it sounds like there's debate on how that should be done, on whether or not it goes to the voters or is decided by council. But I think for the immediate future, the inflation rate, I support that. And I heard Councilmember Corrs and Holstage be supportive of that as well.
And I am as well. Mayor Pro Tem, or excuse me, Councilmember Corrs.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think right, dealing with the cost of living needs to replace this median thing that we've never done in the ordinance. And I think we can do that. I think if we're going to do something different and there's a number to it, I think it should go to the voters. I'm also good with, I remember when I was working in San Francisco City Hall, what they did was, and it went to the voters, but they sent it to, I don't know if it was an independent commission or someone who does staffing salary reviews, who looked at what their hours were, what the job was, and they made the recommendation rather than, it's a little hard for us to set our own salaries in that way. And I think you mentioned that, Mayor Pro Tem, some independent body could do it as well. The state does that, but the state sort of appoints that body. I don't know if they would do it for cities, but there are things like that we could look at, right? So it's not us making a decision other than cost of living, which seems appropriate in any job, should exist. So that seems to be the easier first way, and then we could talk about the other way. But if something goes to the voters, we have to decide it by August 12th. So that's why I just wanted to flag that. If we want to do something different, we'll need to do it by August 12th to get it on the ballot. So it applies to the next council.
Thank you, Councilmember Coors. It looks like we might have lost the mayor, so I'm going to take over the running of the meeting. I think that's council. How do council members feel in terms of moving forward with something that would go on the ballot this year versus something that would go on the ballot at a later date? With the increase in cost of living, would that be sufficient to move this item forward now and then have it on as a ballot measure later? Or is there support for having it as a ballot measure this election?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garner. I'd love to see what the calculation is, if we have that, about what the cost of living adjustment that was, it sounds like, intended in 2007 would be, and what amount that would be. I didn't see that in the materials, or did I miss it? We don't have that yet. I think that would be good to analyze. I think it would be best to do that. And then include a cost of living adjustment. So at least the 2007 salary keeps up with inflation. But I'd like to see that total number, and then we can compare what we think for a ballot measure. But it might be a difficult time with inflation so high. And, we can engage, the work that we might need to do to consider whether it would be a ballot measure now or later.
And looks like we have the mayor. Mayor, I'm just going to finish up this part and then I'll hand it over to you. So to our city manager, what is the timeline for having this as a ballot measure this election? Are we able to analyze that and still have time to put it on the ballot?
I really think it's incredibly tight to do that. You have one scheduled meeting between now and August 12th, and that puts us pretty immediately in a community education mode. I think that's really quite rushed, even just to have a thoughtful community conversation in preparation for a ballot question. To address the earlier point, I think an inflation calculator or calculation would put us nearer to 40,000 annually, depending on what local index we use from 2007. So that, to give you some reference of what that would be, and it could probably be done, but again, we really have a lot to take on, and not much time with one meeting prior to August and not another one scheduled until September. I think that would be very difficult to meet this election cycle. Yeah.
Mayor, just to catch you up on where we are, we're glad you're back. We just discussed the cost of living increase in terms of inflation, cost of living and inflation for council salary. And then the question that's on the table is whether or not we would have a ballot measure this election cycle or not.
And what I think I just heard is almost impossible.
I was trying to be nice, but that's how I would describe it.
But for the timing to change the ordinance to get rid of this median count, charter city adjustment after each election, that we'd have till at least November to do the inflation part as a council, right? And plenty of time for the public to weigh in at our council meetings if they think that's a good or bad idea. So I'm just looking at city manager and city attorney. So I'm seeing nodding.
Yes.
Okay.
That's much more reasonable to take on. The calculation would be simple and it could be placed on a future agenda relatively simply as well.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. How does updating the ordinance just for inflation, how would that apply to the separate? And there's such a huge pay gap between council members and mayor. And I think that it's no longer consistent with, Mayor Middleton. I think it's no longer consistent with the role of the mayor that we have now in our move to districts and our move to sort of decentralize the power of the mayor position that we had seen in the past that had caused problems. And I think I raised this while I was mayor and saying, should we still pay the mayor so much more than other council members? So to the city attorney or city manager, would we be able to either average those numbers and pay them similarly, or would that be something we'd have to change, would be a harder fix to change?
I believe we could just address that in the ordinance. So it's at the discretion of council on how to adjust compensation both for council members as well as for the mayor.
Right, because we could do a cost of living and inflation increase for both the council member salary and the mayor's salary from 2007 to now. And then we could sort of analyze both of those and maybe look at the average or spread that salary out or something like that.
And that's another area where we could get some comparisons. This particular system with a rotating mayor is very common, and I think also very common to see a slightly higher compensation, but I would tend to agree based on at least the cases that I know, not the kind of discrepancy that we have. So we could look at that and figure out what the spread ought to be for the additional duties that do often rest with the mayor position.
That's an issue that I've also raised in the past, and I want to be fair to my successors in this role, but it would be more appropriate for us to normalize salaries across city council.
I agree.
Justin, have we given you sufficient direction on this issue?
Yes, to the extent that council is in general agreement to approach the inflationary issue immediately, but not to prepare a ballot question or otherwise put a more robust consideration of salary in time for the next election.
Right.
Am I hearing that right?
Is everyone comfortable with that, or majority? Okay, yep. I think you got it.
Thanks.
Do we have any more on this agenda item?
Nothing from staff.
All right, then let's move on to item 3D, which is a recommendation to appropriate funds for facade improvement and business assistant grant program from commercial property owners and tenants throughout the city of Palm Springs, and to approve $150,000 to fund this program. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This is a request to reactivate the facade improvement grant program and to receive direction from you on possible new programs for security video cameras and assistance for vandalized businesses. Funds for the facade program were removed from the budget due to concerns of the potential impact of COVID-19 in fiscal year 2021. Now with businesses reopened and a new normal emerging, staff is recommending the facade improvement program be reactivated to help businesses with creating attractive and inviting storefronts and with signage to encourage improvements in the city and investments in commercial properties. The facade program would provide a maximum of $5,000 on a dollar-for-dollar matching basis. In order to qualify for the full $5,000, the total verified project cost would have to be in excess of $10,000. As in past programs, applications would be made available on the city's website, and the city would reimburse applicants for work performed based on submittal of acceptable evidence of work performed. And the businesses must be open to the public and free of building code violations or tax liens. The use of the funds, as listed in your staff report, includes exterior signs, awnings, canopies, or sunshades, painting or exterior surface treatments, asphalt paving, replacement or repair of tiles or decorative pavers, outdoor lighting, masonry walls, decorative security fencing, plate glass windows are included, and outdoor landscaping and fountains. And these improvements must all be visible from the public right of way. Now, as I mentioned, staff is also seeking direction on the potential implementation of security video camera system and vandalism repair grants. The request for assistance with security video camera systems and reports of vandalism have come up in many discussions with business groups and the Palm Springs Police. Such programs could act as a deterrent to theft and vandalism and could aid law enforcement with investigations. The city of Palm Desert has a similar program that provides a one-time reimbursement up to $500 on a first-come, first-served basis and does not require a match. If the city were to provide a $500 security camera reimbursement, a budget of $20,000 would assist 40 businesses with security cameras, and that's assuming a maximum of 500 for each. Some narrow storefronts may only require one camera. There were also requests for assistance with repairing damage to businesses due to vandalism. And businesses have provided quotes of window repairs that range from $2,000 to $4,000. They've requested that such a program would provide between 75 and 100% relief of the cost to repair the damage due to concerns that using their insurance for such repairs would cause their insurance premiums to increase. Businesses also have claimed that their revenues are down 20 to 40%. And with the inflation we've seen, costs are higher, which all impacts their ability to pay for repairs. A budget of $30,000 could assist 15 businesses with $2,000 each for assistance with vandalism repair. This would be at the lower end of the cost range to repair vandalism that's been reported. Making this program a one-time grant may be the most equitable way of delivering this program, but we are requesting your thoughts and direction on whether you'd like to implement such a program. And it is important to note that these programs address public safety and the aesthetics of the city. If the city council does have specific direction for staff on these programs, your input would be greatly appreciated. And that concludes my discussion.
Are there questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jay, can you just repeat the cost again for installing the cameras?
Well, having looked at the cost for cameras, they seem to range from about $70 up to thousands of dollars. Right. So we were really just looking at the city of Palm Desert programs, which offered a $500 grant for cameras, which we would estimate would provide 2 pretty good quality cameras for a business.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there other questions for staff? Councilmember Corsi.
Great, thanks, Jay. And it was good to hear what Palm Desert did. I know there are some other programs. Philadelphia does a 50% match, and will go higher because some businesses obviously will need more, and has an agreement that the camera footage will be available to the police department. I know some cities have worked with one camera manufacturer that the police department, right, has worked with, so that there's consistency in what they're getting, and the police review where the cameras are going, so they're getting what they need. So just, we don't have to decide that tonight, but I just wanted to, I'll share you some of the things I found in my research today, as I was sort of researching some other programs as well. So we can have some flexibility and make sure they're as effective as possible if we do this, that's all. But I'll shoot you those over tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Jay, I'm supportive of the idea of providing reimbursement for the cameras, and $500 consistent with what Palm Desert is doing seems to be a good start. But I would echo what Councilmember Coor said. These are systems that Palm Springs Police Department is supporting, and that we have some reason to know that they will be providing the kind of information that helps PSPD when they are conducting investigations and follow-up to crime happening.
Thank you, Mayor. I forgot to mention that Palm Desert does require participants to register their cameras with the Riverside Sheriff Department.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Woods.
Jay, thank you. You know, I think anything we can do to help the aesthetic of our city and maintain it, I mean, it's our lifeblood at this point. It's why people come here for a different experience, and I think that is a positive thing. You know, I think we've talked about in the past even have any incentives for people to change their window displays so they're interesting when you walk by and whatnot. Would anybody, are there criteria to qualify for it? I mean, a facade improvement, or I mean, you kind of made it seem like it was just Main Street. Is that true?
No, this would be citywide. And in the past, the program has been used throughout the city. We don't get too far out, there's just no demand for it, but you know, past recipients do include businesses on Sunrise and and South Palm Canyon. So there is a use of it in different places.
And would the camera also be that way, citywide?
Yes, the camera would also be citywide. There's, you know, the security and safety. We know there's concentrations where, you know, camera deployment may help out a little more, but, you know, we wanted to try and be equitable also. So the businesses, you know, they would know that they do have to go through the process of acquiring the cameras themselves, and possibly through a program that, as Councilmember Corsi has mentioned, that ensures consistency with, well, what the police can use.
So somebody that in a warehouse district where they might want to steal their product or something of that nature could qualify for this. So anybody with a business license, basically, right? They qualify.
Correct. Business license, Palm Springs business.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Jay, I'm very supportive of the $150,000 funding to revitalize the facade improvement program. I think that is an excellent program. It is something that is a match, which is very good. And what we saw 10 years ago, 11 years ago, is this program worked and made substantial improvements for our city. So just to try to speed us through, is certainly something that I want to support. I also want to support the cameras. I am struggling when it comes to providing reimbursements for firms that, based on vandalism losses. I think the facade improvement program provides an opportunity for every business throughout the city to take and respond. But I've heard from individuals who've had vandalism and would like to know, if we're going to extend it to the business, why can't we extend it to the homeowner or the driver of a car who's had their car vandalized, or any number of other individuals? And I struggle that we should step in to replace insurance, or to replace the need for individuals to provide deductible payments. So I'm not going to be able to support funding for vandalism relief, but I think those who have suffered it will be able to get relief through the facade improvement program. Are there other comments? Councilmember Woods.
Jay, I agree with the mayor, but I wanted to ask, what is our current graffiti program that we have in the city? Do you call in, do you use the My Palm Springs app? If you see graffiti, kind of how do we currently handle it?
Well, it's not under the facade improvement grant program or the Community and Economic Development Department, but I do believe our facilities department manages the graffiti calls. As you said, it's reported on the app, and it's noted, and the staff and team know to go out and take a look and assess and address the graffiti that's out there.
And if I might expand on that, we do respond to graffiti that is in public places. So if it's on private property, then it's only if it becomes a nuisance that needs to be abated that becomes pretty severe, but private property owners are expected to follow a process to have it removed.
I just want to, great, thank you for that. And I've, sometimes, an association wall can be graffitied, or, anything can be graffitied. And I have seen situations where all a homeowner or a association or a business, whatever it is, has to do is have a release, which is electronically done through the city, allowing the city to basically remove that graffiti. So instead of reimbursing people on individual things, setting up a program where somebody can report graffiti, give consent to allow the city to repair it, and then move forward, might be something I would support exploring.
Are there other comments? Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this. Appreciate the staff report, Jay, and thank you to everyone who's been involved in this to bring this forward. So I just have a question. So this is a few actions, right? So it's approving $150,000 to fund the program. It's restarting that grant program, and then it's possibly adding the vandalism program. Is that right?
Vandalism and security camera program.
Right. Thank you. So because Councilmember Kors and I had worked on restarting the facade improvement program when we had the business retention subcommittee, and we brought that to council, and council unanimously supported it. So this is refunding that program, correct?
That is correct.
And then it's still considered to be at that $5,000 matching amount. Is that right?
That is correct.
So some of the feedback that we got is that businesses asking if the matching funds required prevailing wage for the work. We believe that it does because it's city funds, right? And so some of the feedback that we got was that $5,000 might not be sufficient, though I know that we had way more applicants than we were able to fund last time. So could you just speak a little bit to how we selected that amount, and if you still think it's appropriate, talking about inflation and how far a dollar goes, now versus a few years ago. So could you just talk a little bit about if you think the $5,000 amount is still appropriate, a little bit about prevailing wage, and if you think we got any feedback from businesses that the amount should be increased because of those factors?
We haven't heard specifically that the amount should be increased, but you're raising very good points. What we put into the application is that the business is responsible for determining if prevailing wages are required. And we put a little bit of guidance in there on projects of $15,000 and $25,000, which may trigger prevailing wage. So they see some of that along with the citations for prevailing wage code. But yes, to offset prevailing wage, the match could be higher. And, that could help. But then there are other projects where it's a sign that's a couple $1,000s, and but then and they don't use the full $5,000. So it kind of works in both ways, that there are some projects that could be a little more expansive and cost more, and others have just used the programs for a simple painting, landscaping, and work on the grounds. But again, as what was pointed out in the background and the history of the report, we did have different levels of programs that went up to a couple $100,000 for a few programs. And we're not recommending that at this time, but perhaps a higher match would be something that would help the program out.
Yeah, I'm just interested in that. I don't think we can probably find an answer to that tonight. I'm happy to approve it as is, but I would love to see us invest in more substantial facade improvements. $5,000 is not a lot when inflation is, 10%. And we have a lot of work to do in downtown. I think we also heard public comment about vacant storefronts and sort of how to think about this program more broadly. So I just remember getting feedback when we last did this in 2018 or 19 that some businesses wanted more dollars than the $5,000 so that they could do more. And I'd love to see that happen in the future.
Councilmember Kors.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm very supportive of this. I do think we'll need more money. In a camera fund, first of all, I think we really need 40 businesses is not probably sufficient. And maybe there is some kind of match because, I did hear from one business who paid to put in cameras and now we're not going to reimburse them retroactively. So I do think maybe a joint investment might make sense, but because that seems fairer and we could help more businesses. I think on facade improvement, unless it's changed, doesn't prevailing wage only apply if the total facade improvement is more than $25,000 or $25,000 or more?
I would believe so, if that's the whole project.
Right. So R5, if it is more, makes it 25 or more, it's prevailing wage. But if it's 24,999 and less, I don't believe it's prevailing wage. So we should be really clear with businesses on that, because some do think that if they take any city money, it's prevailing wage, even if their project's under 25. And I don't think that's what the law is, but it could have changed It's been a couple of years, right, when we stopped doing this. I don't know if the state law changed, so we should check that. I agree, we want some more money for this. I think this is a good short term. We should do this now. And then, we should really work with some of the stakeholders on a broader program, right, down the road. And I think work with the police department about what is the best way to deter this kind of vandalism. And I know cameras will be at the top of the list because I hear that in neighborhood meetings, it's the number one thing residents can do is have cameras and not have them hidden so they blend in with your shrubs or paint color. You want people to see the cameras because that's how they're an effective deterrent. And so I really would love to get the chief's input on what the camera program is and just give discretion to staff and the city manager based on that to move forward with something. So that would just be my recommendation on that because we want to make it as effective for the businesses as possible. And I think working with the police department on what that looks like would be the best way to do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Raise one more question. So I think I received a question about if businesses can combine the programs to a total maximum to have like a more efficient investment with the city matching. So is that a possibility here, the ability to combine the programs?
Yes, they're considered separate programs at this point, so they would each be their own program. We could, put an umbrella over them as the business assistance program, but the facade was meant to be a $5,000 match, and as we're doing now, still kind of sizing the appropriate camera match or grant and or vandalism repair assistance would be separate also.
I think working with businesses to clarify their understanding about if they can mix and match and apply for multiple to have a larger program. I think I agree with Councilmember Corrs, as effective and a helpful a program as possible.
Any other comments? Well, I'm very supportive of facade improvements and very supportive of cameras. If the motion includes vandalism repair, I will vote no. This is not a direction that we should be going. Councilmember Woods.
I'll make a motion and see where it goes. I would take staff recommendation at this point and minus the vandalism repair grant program and ask staff to look into an overall citywide program that I mentioned earlier, where you get consent and that type of thing. And also the dollar amount I think that Christy looked at in the future to look at that. But I think the program will benefit the city. It will benefit everyone that lives here, everyone that visits us. It will make us hopefully a safer city, especially with cameras available. So the motion is basically to approve recommendation number 1, approve recommendation number 2 minus the vandalism repair program and look at a broader program for that instead. And then do recommendation number 3 to authorize the city manager to execute all documents.
Second.
So just to clarify, Councilmember, if I can, Madam Mayor, so that would not include the vandalism repair grant, is that right?
My motion would be to not include it at this point because we have but to look at expanding our current program where the city actually does the work with consent of the property owner.
Okay, thank you. When you said the summary of what I said before, I didn't quite understand that. Okay, so that would be to look into a citywide program for vandalism repair as opposed to a direct grant?
Yes.
So
we currently have a program, but it's only for public property and to expand that to private property as well.
then I'll remove my second. This is not a direction that I can go. Councilmember Garner or Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
May I just ask a bit more? I know that there's been a series of vandalism in businesses downtown specifically, perhaps in other places as well. But I guess what I'm curious about is if we're trying to address a specific issues that have happened just recently, or because we want to prevent the problem from happening, right? We don't want to have continuous issues of vandalism down the line. And I know that the chief of police has been working on preventing these from happening. So I guess I just am a little bit confused on if this is a very narrow scope in helping with this particular acid tagger that caused significant damage or not. But then of course I know I think they might have caught the person, and usually there's restitution involved in cases like that. So I think Councilmember Kors, you were involved with bringing this forward. Can you just speak a little bit more on that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we do, right? Our graffiti program covers not just public property, right?
It only covers public property.
It only covers public property. So I know sometimes I think we've done it in some places that aren't public, but maybe that is what it's supposed to cover. The problem, I mean, I understand the concern, right? People have insurance, which they don't want to use, understandably, because their rates go up. But I think our putting in something towards it is beneficial, right? And the reason I think that is, and we've had this before, right? We had the whole series of businesses on North Palm Canyon that had BB guns and took out all those glass windows. And I think providing some help towards that makes sense. Having etched glass in windows, I had that in my campaign office in my last election, and the landlord wasn't willing to fix it, right? And that was fine. I was there for 3 months, but it kept the place unoccupied for a long time. And I think that's not helpful for our city, right? It looks bad. And I'm not sure that that's that different in appearance when you have that kind of situation than a facade that's not very attractive, right? And that's where I'm trying to understand, and maybe Mayor, you can explain where you see the distinction, because I'm very open to this conversation. I'm not sure I'm following the thinking.
The facade improvement program includes plate glass windows. So anyone who has suffered damage can apply through the facade improvement program. That's one that's open and available to everyone. If we take and begin to say that because someone does not want to access their insurance, that we will step in and provide the repairs, then we can either do this as a one-off where we take care of a small number of businesses and then say it's not going to apply to everyone else. And I don't think that's fair. Or we have opened a door in which why do we limit it only to businesses? Why not homeowners? Why not automobile owners? Why not anyone else who has suffered the kind of losses that take place each and every day? This just happened to have occurred in our downtown at one specific time. I think we're being unfair to everyone else who's suffered a loss, who is going to suffer a loss. I don't think it's good public policy for us to step in the place of the insurance that every business has or should have. And we are providing through the facade program an opportunity for each and every one of those businesses that had the loss to replace their glass up to $5,000, up to $10,000, $5,000 of it coming from the city.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you. I had a similar response to Mayor Pro Tem Garner about being proactive. So if we have $50,000, let's say, allocated to combat vandalism, what is the best way to spend those dollars? I don't know if Lieutenant Villegas is still here or if Jay or the city manager has input there. But that was my initial reaction too, is how do we prevent the problem before it occurs instead of paying for the losses at the end of that chain. I mean, we'll never be able to end vandalism, and society feels like it's coming apart. It seems a little bit here. We're seeing all kinds of things happen. But yeah, if I could just get some staff, either PSPD or city manager or Jay's reaction there is, 50, I mean, and it's not one or the other. I mean, we can do both. We have to remedy the vandalism, and also prevent it. But I'm just wondering if that is the most efficient use and if city staff thinks, that's recommended with that perspective.
I can go first. There are products that you can add to windows that protect them from different types of damage. I don't know if they protect against acid, but there are those products out there that proactively could be added to windows that would prevent many other, if not acid, types of vandalism.
Yeah, I would just add that you could expand the component of this program that's going down the road of cameras, but and this might qualify for things like the facade improvement as well, but we've talked to merchants about lighting, about other ways to impact environmental design to make it less likely that a business or location would be the victim of property crime. People have even talked about replacing dense landscaping like hedges with things that are harder to hide behind. They could be physical barriers like gates. We've had conversations with places where they've had theft about, the possibility of installing gates or locks or other things. So there might be other kinds of investments that are more about preventing that kind of activity. Certainly not all of it, but you could consider those kinds of things.
Thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
I just want to ask the mayor a clarifying question. I was, when I made my motion, it was not to approve the vandalism program. It was to look at how we can better do graffiti. Was that your issue with that?
My issue was expanding our graffiti cleanup program to private property. And doing so on a broad basis, which is very ill-defined as to, are we talking about going in and repainting something that has been graffitied, or are we talking about replacing damage done to beyond painting to facilities? That's
so just my clarification.
That's way too broad for me to be able to agree at this hour that we're going to expand into taking responsibility for every privately owned business, residence, or what in the city.
And the clarification on my part was just to explore it, not to approve it, and what it might look like, and to answer some of those questions. I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, but I wanted to put that out there. It was just
exploration is a different question,
right? And it was totally to explore it, not to approve it. So that, and I don't have a second right now, so maybe it doesn't go there. So let me redo the recommendation since we're kind of stuck here. I think it's great. So thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jeff, for bringing it forward and all that. I'm glad we're revitalizing it. So I make a motion that we appropriate $150,000 to the facade improvement grants program. Right, I think that's great. That we provide direction to staff on the implementation of the security camera. And that we authorize the city manager as designee to execute all documents and explore if it's possible to do what a change to the graffiti program might look like, if it's even possible.
That I can approve, second. Is there any further discussion, or should we get a vote on this motion? Looks like it's time for a roll call. All right, now. Councilmember Holstage, then Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Thanks.
I'm trying to cut it off. I'm just trying to read faces.
I appreciate that. And I just don't want to vote until I know where folks are a bit and if there's a way forward. So Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to go first? It sounded like you had.
Oh, sure. I just had an idea. Since the mayor is supportive of the funding being used, generally for the facade funding could be used for anyone who's dealing with this damage. And we were discussing within the staff report to provide $50,000 in vandalism repair. Could we put that $50,000 towards the $150,000 to increase it to $200,000 and then just to cover more businesses and make sure those businesses that need the window repair are getting it? Would that be a compromise that I could get support for?
That was going to be my suggestion too, but I did it better. So thank you. That's what I was before we voted. I wanted to see if there's a compromise for like submitting, 200,000 allocated or increasing the grant amount to 7,500 or something like that, since we'll have additional funds. So I fully support your proposal, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Woods, $200,000, which, if I understand correctly, would be for facade improvement that could be used to replace glass that has been vandalized, because that is a part of the matching funds, and camera system. Is that an acceptable substitute motion to you?
No, it's not. I have to tell you. Thanks, Grace. And I'll tell you what comes up for me. If a person wants to replace the glass and make a facade improvement as part of it, absolutely, let's go for it, right? But just to replace a broken piece of glass with public money on private property, I'm not sure what. Yeah, so.
But isn't that
people who break their own glass? I've seen a lot. No. So I'm totally fine with increasing the amount and moving the amount. I'm all fine with. But just to replace just the glass, when I don't know how many, we had a cannabis in my district that was shot out, and it's still boarded up, right? But I don't know, is throwing some money at that without a better, without other improvements, isn't necessarily what we want to try to achieve. So if they want to do it in coordination with other improvements, and the impetus was somebody broke my glass, thumbs up, let's do it.
But I think, Councilmember Woods, I think that the facade improvement is fairly broad. The program is, there are people who could replace their windows just to have something that's more enticing for their business. There could be many different reasons. And I think if we start to get too specific into what we're allowing, what we're not, we're not going to have an effective program.
This is a compromise I can live with because it harkens back to the original facade improvement program. And it does not define us as stepping into the breach of insurance. But I understand the point you're making, Councilmember Woods.
Just as a point of clarification, I believe it was 30,000 for the vandalism program. So I just wanted to clarify that, and 20,000 for the security cameras.
Yeah, and as I understand the substitute motion, it's $200,000 total that we're putting to the two programs.
Just clarification. So we put $200,000 in, and you can apply for one or apply for the other. And we're not separating them? Is that what we're talking about? We're not saying this pot of money for security cameras and this pot of money for facade improvements? Is that what the proposal is? I'm just trying to be clear on that.
It's 150,000 for facade improvements plus an additional 30,000 and then 20,000 for security cameras.
I'm good with that. I'm absolutely good with that.
So you'll take away your motion then?
Is it a substitute motion maybe?
Either we have to do this as
just amend the motion. It's a friendly amendment. That's great. If the second,
we'll accept that as a friendly amendment. Okay, I'm trying to follow the parliamentary procedure here. So you've accepted that as a friendly amendment. So have I as the seconder. Can we now have a roll call vote then on the motion as amended?
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
We have made it to council member and city manager comments, reports, and agenda development.
Mayor and council, if we want to talk agenda development, I can put up our tentative for June 28th.
July 28th.
That too. Sorry. Thank you. So if you can see my screen, we do have an unusually long meeting scheduled for the 28th. That's in part because, with no meeting scheduled in August. So I have one question in particular. Some of these items could always get bumped. I know our housing element is really tentative as we continue to wait for the state, but we generally plan about 4.25 hours. Today we planned about 3.5 and we were way off. So we do need to reduce July 28th likely. If that doesn't happen on its own, I want to talk to you a little bit about the airport master plan. It's just the RFP stage of the process. These RFPs are somewhat standard. It's meant to be a master plan. So it's going to look at virtually every aspect of the airport from a planning perspective. We considered bringing you the RFP just to make sure it had the appropriate points of emphasis for you. But we could also proceed with maybe a shorter presentation so you know what's involved there. And certainly there'll be a prominent role for council and the community in the actual master plan process. So if you don't need to really discuss that at length, that could be one area where we'd shorten the agenda. But if you've gotten to look at the items that are on here, I'm happy to stop sharing the screen and take any direction from council.
We'll start with the Mayor Pro Tem, then we'll go to Councilmember Coors.
Thanks. Sorry, Councilmember Coors, I didn't notice your hand. Can we take any of those things off? I mean, go ahead.
That's why I mentioned the RFP. I mean, there's no requirement for council to look at it and approve it before it goes out. And they're somewhat standard, right? It's an airport master plan. We're going to get a qualified firm who does airport master planning, and it's going to involve every aspect of the airport. So if you would want, we can proceed with that, issuing that RFP without your review of the scope of work, given that it's somewhat of a standard scope of work. But we were going to bring it to you just to make sure it had the points of emphasis that you want to see. So up to you.
I'm fine with that personally, but is it also possible for us to at least see it and give our comments as we like to you, just without bringing it to council?
Yes, occasionally that does lead to conflicting feedback, as long as the understanding is that that's feedback for staff to consider, but not necessarily to act on. If council really wants to give concrete direction, and noting that we can't really do that through a series of one-on-one meetings, I would prefer to bring it to council. But if what you'd like is a courtesy review and to share notes, and whatever those notes get incorporated, we can do it that way.
Councilmember Coors.
Sure. I know we have sort of the adult-oriented businesses on there, because we've had a request that probably from my checking in with them today. There's the first meeting in September. If you need the time, we can have it. That's okay.
Okay, that's
With
helpful.
them, it's just, it's just, there's a timing issue, but I shared that it would be coming at the first meeting, likely first meeting in September, and they said that was fine. So if that frees up time, I'm fine on Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion on the airport. I do want to, we spent an hour before we got to our council meeting tonight. So when we have 4.5 hours for meetings, when we said we were going to do no more presentations, we moved council meeting comments to the end. So we don't even do reports until 11 o'clock of the things we're going to. Our city commissions don't get to do that. Yet we had these really long things today that we never voted to put on the agenda. And so I think they should be at the end of the meeting, if at all. I mean, we have so many important issues we're trying to deal with on housing, on homelessness, and we take up 25% of our time on things that could just be in a receive and file, and those presentations could be online. And if we each start doing, all of the different ones for the organizations we're liaisons to and the commissions we work with, that would be our whole meeting. And so I don't ask for those because I thought we said we weren't doing them anymore. And it was really frustrating. I mean, there were people sitting in chambers hearing that, COVID's spreading and we're not, and they're there, and spent an hour waiting to speak. That's really not fair to our residents, and it's not fair to us. We can't get through our high priority items in the time we want to. And so I really want, at our study session, when we're looking at our work plan, I don't think we should ever have something on the agenda unless it's urgent that a majority of council hasn't voted for. If we can't put on a rent control ordinance without 3 of us supporting it, I don't know why we can have these long presentations without 3 of us supporting it. And I thought we have decided that, and then we had them again, and we decided it again. And here we were tonight with an hour of presentations. I know they went long, and I appreciate the mayor cutting one off. But it's not reasonable given how little time we have as a council to do the people's business that we're spending an hour on presentations at these meetings. Especially when we gave our time and stopped doing our council reports, which is probably more relevant to a lot of the public. So I don't know if we can deliberate about that now, or we should talk about it at our study session, but we lose an hour of our priorities for stuff that wasn't a priority and that we didn't vote to do. And obviously I was frustrated by it during it, and I'm still frustrated by it. And it needs to stop in my view, because we can get a lot more of actually the work done that we really want to do. So that's my other 2 cents on this issue. Thank you.
So I don't know if we can deliberate on that or not. I think we had agreed to try to minimize the number of presentations, and the ones that we had tonight did go long. So let me surface that I had asked that for July 28th, we have a maximum 2-minute presentation from the Red Cross on the work that they had done with using City of Palm Springs funds that had come into them, but I'll pull back on that unless there is support from a majority of folks to allow them to present for 2 minutes.
So if they want to speak in public comment and do a 2-minute presentation, and that would apply to the other presentations, I'm very good with that. right? We can make video available if there's a nonprofit that wants to present for 2 minutes. But, there are several nonprofits that would love to present, but, I don't think we should continue to do that. It should be part of public comment. Now, if there's something the city manager needs to present, like, our wastewater numbers went up 500% in a month, that seems important and we should put it on the agenda. And I appreciate we have some of the presentations, obviously not all of them on this agenda, but I don't think any of those are as important as actually the work that we're trying to do.
All right.
And we're cutting things that we're going to push off till September because we're doing presentations, and that makes no sense to continue in my view. So I don't support those presentations at the next meeting. And I guess we can't talk about it now because it's agenda time.
Any other, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, along those lines, I think, at the study session, I talked a lot about the presentations and wanting them cut as well. In terms of presentations, I think I said this at the study session as well. I would really, really like to see us put this stuff on Channel 17 when we're not having a council meeting. I think it's a really great use of Channel 17 as an underutilized resource, and people do turn it on. And if they're seeing relevant kind of PSA information from organizations and stuff, it could be a really great thing. We could even charge a nominal fee to cover the cost. I mean, there's ways to make this really productive for our residents and for our organizations, and then give us more time, because I agree, we can really get in the weeds with presentations.
So I think we've got some clarity on that. Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. I don't mean to beat it a dead horse, but I completely agree with Councilmember Corse's comments. And it's so hard. And when I was mayor, I allowed a lot of presentations. It's just really hard. You get a lot of requests. And so I love Mayor Pro Tem's solution to funnel those into PSAs or opportunities to be on our YouTube or Channel 17, I think is a great solution. So I fully support that. But yeah, if we're not giving council member updates and presentations, I just would love to see us focus on the work until we can get some of these huge priorities done and we have the flexibility and time to do presentations.
Okay. So I think we've gotten that one done. I'm going to raise an issue that is going to be really difficult. We have started the work with vacation rentals, and we've done, we got a preliminary report on the work groups this evening. I think it's incredibly important that we finish the work that we started earlier this year on vacation rentals, and that this council completes that task before we conclude in December. I am very concerned about the growth that we have had in permits that have been taken out during the course of this year, and that we run the risk of having a significantly larger number of permits pulled between now and whenever it is that we ultimately make a decision as to what rule changes, if any, we're going to have with vacation rentals. I have been a very strong supporter of this as a hospitality option in our city throughout my time on council and throughout my time running for council, and I still am. But we are at the last numbers I saw, 2,374. That's almost 600 more than where we were right after we passed the ordinance. And I think we have to consider whether or not it's time to impose a hold on new permits until we complete the work that we have started. And I don't know when we can get to that short of a consideration of it at the July 28th meeting, but I will continue to support this as a hospitality option, but I am very nervous about the numbers that we are getting to and the potential for growth over the course of the next 3 months before we are likely to be able to complete our work. Councilmember Corrs.
Let me just, maybe this is for the city manager. If we were going to add that to the agenda, what would that look like? And we should probably assume a good amount of public comment, but you never know on it. So maybe I don't know if folks want that to come to the agenda, then, how much time do we need to allocate? Because that might impact people's view.
I think the conversation is likely not long. It's probably a review of the data and consideration of whatever language would effectuate a temporary hold or temporary moratorium. But given the public comment, I think it could add an hour to the meeting. And so we would just need to provide for some space for that, which would likely mean deferring the housing element in addition to the airport RFP, which may be deferred anyway. Or may be acceptable to defer since we've been waiting this long from the state anyway. So we could probably find a way to accommodate it, but that would be the implication.
It's the pleasure of council to engage that conversation or not. And my apology for springing this, but there's no way other than we have to wait until we've got an agenda item to our agenda discussion to broach a new subject. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I will say that this is something we discussed during our study session on vacation rentals. And at that time, there did seem to be interest in a moratorium while we discussed the issue more fully and while we figured out if there were going to be any changes. And I think that there was direction that it should come back to council. I'm not really sure what happened to that. So to me, this would be continuing what we asked for at our study session, unless someone remembers differently, or maybe we didn't have a party.
My recollection is that it was discussed and that there was even at some point between meetings, some preliminary review of data and some initial confusion on whether permits were increasing at an abnormal rate, because it's especially difficult to look at new applications because a lot of those are renewals and they come at different times of the year. Looking at the total number of permits is a much better indicator. Anyway, the result was not to bring it back and not to pursue a moratorium. So this is a renewed conversation on that initiative.
Councilmember Corrs.
Yeah, I don't know what I think of the idea, but I'm supportive of having that conversation. If we can make time for it.
And at this point, all I'm advocating is that we have the conversation.
Right. Yeah. I know I've received requests, and so I'm sure others have, that we do this in the meantime. I know last time when a moratorium came up, but it was before we did anything on vacation rentals. It resulted in a huge amount of public testimony. I mean, obviously this would have it sounds like this would just be temporary. And we'd have to discuss what it looked like, which we're not going to do now, but I'm open for us having that conversation.
And the only conversation I would be having would be a temporary one until we complete our work this year.
I can support the discussion.
Councilmember Woods, Holstege, do you want to weigh in?
I have a home share, so I don't think I should chime in.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder.
Is your request that we talk about a moratorium on vacation rental permits or on vacation rental and home share permits? Just so it's clear for staff. Councilmember Woods doesn't have to weigh in if he doesn't want to regardless, but I just wanted to raise that if we're going to bring it forward. Because I've only heard it about vacation rental permits, not home share permits, which are a different beast. I don't mean beast in a bad way, by the way.
I was concerned with vacation rentals, not with home shares.
Yeah, I would share that view.
Okay, council with 3, I think we would plan on bringing it back.
And again, temporary discussion of a possible temporary hold until we complete our work this year. Nothing more. Councilmember Holstege.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to the discussion. I do have concerns about what it'll do to the market and sort of the flood of just the fear that then enters the market and has people buying up things quickly. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. You know, our temporary moratoriums have been 1 year, 2 years. I typically do not like to do temporary moratoriums from a point of public policy. Remember, I had problems with that with even the golf course moratorium, which I ended up supporting, of course. But temporary moratoriums tend to then be extended and extended. It takes us a long time. I think that there are issues that are urgent in our housing market that we significantly seriously need to address. And maybe this is one. You know, I don't have the data in front of me to assess that. But like other things that we've talked about, relocation assistance, tenant protections, you know, other affordable housing. I mean, just how does it fall in the priorities? And it's, you know, it's just hard to take some of those things away to do this is what I'm struggling with. Like, how far will that set us behind? I'm not opposed to the conversation. I think it's an important one. You know, what's the total number? Should there be limits? I mean, we're having a work group doing that work now. So I generally don't like those. So I'm not going to support the request, but there's majority, there's 3. So I look forward to it.
Sorry. Is there in fact 3?
That was my count with the mayor, mayor pro tem, and council member Course.
I think it's a discussion we need to have, but Councilmember Holstege makes very good points as well. I don't see anyone backing off of where they were.
No, I would just add, right, depending on how long it goes, we may not finish everything. And if that happens, we, you know, could always look at adding a couple hours by Zoom to finish other things that need to get finished. So. Because I agree with Councilmember Holstege, you know, we have a lot of priorities. And this may impact those. So if we need to find more time, I hope we'll commit to doing that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Speaking of priorities, we did receive a letter from Habitat for Humanity. They would like to develop on the 3 city lots that are in the Desert Highland Gateway Estates to do self-help homes. So I would like to request that process move forward. I think the city manager said that there would have to be an RFP process. and Habitat would, then be able to apply. But I do think if we, having even just one group that's interested in developing on lots that we have discussed, needing and wanting to be developed for affordable housing, I'd like council support to move forward with that agenda item, not on July 28th, but for a future meeting with this council.
Yes.
Agreed. Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm really struggling doing this important work at such a late hour. And having it at the very last agenda item, which makes sense, I guess, but it's hard. I just have a request. We've gotten a number of requests. I think I've raised this at a few council meetings about Block G downtown, that the city owns it. It's next to our new downtown park, and it is fenced in like a construction site, and looks horrible. And we've gotten a number of requests to fix it. It really detracts from the downtown and from our park. So I was told to ask council to agendize. I know we budgeted for it, but agendize action on it, so that we can landscape it or take, hopefully there's some easy action that we can do, just to make it look nice while it gets added to the list to decide what to permanently do with that site. Is that city manager? I saw you made a face. Is there?
So I think the quick thing that we could do that we've discussed is replacing it with nicer fencing. I'm not sure that there's something so small that it doesn't interfere with our capital agenda, but substantial enough that it addresses the concern of the way the property looks. There's concrete, there's rebar, there's a lot going on, and even landscaping. Maybe hardscape and rocks and things like that would be easy, but I think that would be the difficulty, is just finding that sweet spot to work into an immediate priority, because we have a couple others that we're dealing with. But we can certainly agendize it and have that conversation and help council understand the options. That probably doesn't seem like it would fit in July at this point. Would probably have to push until September, if that's okay.
Councilmember Woods.
I think Councilmember Holst just bringing that up. We already gave that direction, and I think we gave that to staff to do. And I, and it's just about implementing it and coming up with solutions. I don't think we need to have an action item, but it's going to sit there for years and years because we're making no movement on what we want to do with it. We've not done any feasibility studies of who might want it, or we're going to build on it. So I think I would say I just reinforce, let the city manager move forward and have staff work on it.
I agree, but I think that we need to give more direction or choose priorities, or, staff is overloaded with what we've already given them. I think that there should be intermediary options, but yeah, it sounds like it's more work. But city manager, you tell us what you need and what we can make happen. I don't think July it's urgent. It's slower in summer. It'd be great to have something better for fall when our tourism season opens up again. Yeah, I don't like the idea of just having nicer fencing. I know we got a request from Oswit Land Trust to possibly put in native landscaping. Yeah, I haven't seen the site. So if there's rebar and other problems, that's a whole nother thing. But it sounds like there might be others who can do the work, so it doesn't have to just primarily be on city staff or engineering to move the project.
And certainly if council wanted to consider a partnership like that where somebody else would do the work, I think that would be fine. And depending on whether or not that was temporary, depending on whether they want conveyance of the land or a conservation easement, those things just tend to be fairly involved. A real intermediary thing that is simple is probably trying to remove all of the obstacles, spread some DG around, put in a few rocks and a few benches, but nothing very elaborate, and hope that it doesn't look too sparse. right? But also to preserve the ability to do something else with the parcel in the future without investing a lot and having sunk costs in land, real landscaping, vegetation, irrigation systems, and everything that's entailed with that, if it might come out to have a different use in the future. So I can certainly talk to the team about those options. I think the direction we got from council is to include it in the budget. That's a different thing from trying to address the immediate concern and prioritize that project. While we're also trying to move forward on a navigation center at really like lightning speed, faster than we've ever done a project. And some other things that are really just priorities that are at the top of the list. So it's just a matter of trying to fit that in to do it sooner rather than later. And again, find the balance between making it a small enough project that we can manage it, but satisfying the desire to make it look nicer.
I think we need to make it look nicer, but any conversation regarding what the future of that property is going to be is one that requires significant exploration and public input.
I just don't think it needs to be super involved to do something in the intermediate. So I liked the proposal, putting DG down and having it paved to look like the park. And
I lost audio, by the way. I don't know if anyone can hear me.
We can hear you.
I can hear Justin. Justin, you can't hear us?
You're back just now, but I missed everything up until that point.
It was brilliant, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be super elaborate. Just put that, like, I like your proposal, put down DG, pave it to look like the park, have it be open, just do something simple. It's our job to say this shouldn't be very involved. Please get it done. And it's your job to say, here's all the things that it takes. And those are our different roles. And that's the tension and the people wanting immediate results and government not giving immediate results. So here we are. But I appreciate your work. And we're going to keep getting those calls until something is there instead of an ugly fence.
Anything else that we need to raise this evening? I'm not sure if my screen's frozen or just that nobody was shaking their heads yes. So with that, I think we have reached the end of this meeting, and at 11:27 p.m. we will adjourn. The next regular city council meeting will be held on July 28, 2022, starting at 5:30 p.m. Please be safe out there, everyone.